Good morning, exhibitors. Before we begin our showmanship this morning, we will have
Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring is your first class of suffix of the day. It is going to be your yearling ram class. In the East ring is the Cheviot yearling ram class. First and final call, Suffolk Fall Ram Lambs. First and final call. Also, first and final call, Cheviot Fall Ram Lambs. First and final call, Cheviot Fall Ram Lambs. First and final call, Suffolk Spring Ram Lambs. First and final call, Suffolk Spring Ram Lambs.
Well, good morning. This is a nice day to be judging a show. At least it's not going to be 90 and high humidity. But we're starting out with a Cheviot Ram here, only one in the class. I think that if you start to describe him, one of the things you're going to start with it is he's got some size and some scale. He handles pretty good down his top. He's got some width and thickness. He's good on his feet and legs. Just a nice ram to start the show with. Congratulations.
Sure appreciate the opportunity to be here as we start to evaluate our Suffolks. And I think we got some differences obviously out here. Slick sheared one and a fitted one, and I think they're relatively different in terms of types and their kinds. I opted to use the slick one to go ahead and start. I mean, one that's just opened up a shot more in terms of his center body. He's more muscular down his top. I think that one, as we asked that one to go, is just a scotch sounder in terms of his feet and his legs. Now, I'd be the first one to admit I'd like to change him up through his front end. I'd maybe like to change his head ever so slightly in comparison to that one directly behind him. I think they're competitively close. The one in second, obviously coming out of the fitted division, I love the bone work under this sheep, love the extra length of body. I think one, as we asked that one to go, maybe just wants to get a little more staggering in terms of his rear too, but I love the length of body. I think if we can combine those two sheep, we get one that gives us a next level kind of individual.
Results from your Chevy show Class 1 Yearling Ram goes to Annie Sailing on Black Acres 566 of Caldwell. Now in the ring are your Cheviot Fall Ram Lambs. In the East Ring, last and final call, Cheviot Winter Ram Lambs. Last and final call, Cheviot Winter Ram Lambs. In your nationwide Farm Bureau ring, results from your Suffolk Class 1 Yearling Ram class. First place goes to Noah McAllister on Alpha Omega 2337 of Delaware. Second place goes to Kelsey Hopper on Arnavec 2416 of Zanesville. Now in the ring for your Suffolk show is the Spring Ram Lamb class.
Well, again, we only have one entry in this Fall Ram Lamb Cheviot class. A nice ram to stand a little bit more competition than what he has. I think when you get your hands on him, he's as straight as you'd want to have a sheep down his top, level out through the rump and tail head. Pretty good on his feet and legs. If I'm going to change this ram any, I'd like to give him just a bit more depth of capacity, particularly as we travel back to the rear flank. Just give him a little more depth and balance him out slightly, and he's going to be very, very competitive. Congratulations.
Results from the East Ring Cheviot show. First place goes to Connor Barnes on Snipe Barnes 3385 of West Liberty. Now entering the ring are going to be your Cheviot Winter Ram Lambs. First and final call, Cheviot Spring Ram Lambs.
Again, one entry in this class of Cheviot Rams. You really, really have to appreciate this Ram for his length of body and his balance. He's got some shape and rib depth. He's got some capacity. I think when you handle him, he's got some width down his top and some muscling. Just a really solid Ram to be in this spring class. Congratulations.
Super neat trio again. We got some different parts and pieces. I think our class winner's one that's just a notch more my speed in terms of just structural correctness. One that's got some shape down his top. I'd be the first one to admit I'd like to set him back in terms of his neck set on the top side of his shoulder, but I think against his contemporaries, I think he goes ahead and rises to the top. It gets competitively close here in 2 and 3. For me, I've seen a little more sheep in this one in 2. One that's a little boulder sprung, one that's just a little more dense in terms of his skeleton. He's a notch more fluid in terms of his movement. And I think when we get that one's head up and get him cranked up there, I think one that rivals our class winner. And I guess as we go ahead and conclude with the 1 and 3, no doubt in my mind as we continue on, this one's going to be the biggest frame, longest bodied one come next year. Love the extra length of body that one brings to the table. Just need to change him out of his hip and his hind leg for me today to get him up in around those ahead of him. But I think a high quality class, and congratulations.
Results from the East Ring of your Junior Cheviot Show, Class 3, winner Ram Lambs. First place goes to Courtney Copeland on Copeland 22-391 of Lewistown. Now in the East Ring in your Cheviot Show is your Spring Ram Lamb class. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau ring out of your Junior Suffolk Show is going to be Class 4 Spring Ram Lambs. First place goes to Kellen Algier on K&K 25090 of Fredericktown. Second place goes to Kelsey Hopper on Jim Roman and Family 25017 of Zanesville. And third place, Kelsey Hopper on Jim Roman and Family 25014 of Zanesville. Currently showing in your Nationwide Farm Bureau ring in your Junior Suffolk Show is for Champion Ram. First and final call, Suffolk Yearling Ewes. Attention in the barns, Shropshire exhibitors, no wool above the knees or hocks and no belly wool. Attention Shropshire exhibitors, no wool above the knees or hocks and no belly wool.
Super high quality for as we bring them back out here, and obviously they're a little different in terms of their types and their kinds, and I think that's okay. Our yearling buck is one that's big, stout, and robust, and I think one that just is unrivaled in terms of power in comparison to those other 3 that remain out there. I think as we evaluate that one from the side, he wants to get just a shot vertical in terms of his rear hock. He wants to drop his chest ever so slightly, but that's a big, deep-bodied one that's extra dense in terms of his bone work. That yearling buck that's directly behind him is one that comes out of our fitted division that I think gives us a good look and some good angularity. I really like the front end design of that one, and one that I think progresses and makes that fitted ones a notch better. He's really short in terms of his pasterns, and I like that a great deal. We go ahead and come out of our spring division, and I think one that maybe gives us a neater picture, I guess, from viewing from the outside in. One that is just a notch frailer in terms of those 2 directly ahead of him in terms of his bone work, but I think one that gives us a silhouette and a picture that when we get that one's head up and cranked up where it needs to be. I think one that is the photo-esque one of the group. And we go ahead and conclude with one that I think is just going to be the pounds heavy one next year when we evaluate. So I think it's competitively close. I'll show you the 2 that I like, but if we could, let's give him a big round of applause.
I think this last Cheviot class, a very competitive class. I think our lambs at the top end are going to be competitive in the open show. We're going to start with a ram lamb that I think is probably the most complete sheep in the class. I think when you get your hands on him, he's straight down his top, level through the rump. He's got some width, particularly through the hip, that carries down well in the leg. I think that the separation between this one and the ram that's in second place is I think he balances out a little bit more, a little bit better. He's a little better front-ended than the ram that's in second place. But I'll give the ram in second place. He's got some size and growth to him. You like that. Just change him a little bit in the front end and how he attaches from his head to his shoulders to maybe improve that ram and make him a little bit more competitive to the lamb that wins this class. The third place lamb, again, a pretty good performance kind of a lamb. I think from a structural standpoint, he probably excels the other 2 that finish up the class. He's got a little bit more to him from a muscling standpoint. I'd just maybe like to change him a bit in his front end and how it blends in to his shoulder rack area, and maybe make that lamb a little more competitive in this class. The next lamb, the number 4 lamb, I think if I'm going to change anything on this ram, I think when he moves in particular, he wants to maybe be a little weaker in his back pasterns. I think when he stands, he's probably adequate, certainly not exceptional from a foot standpoint, but he handles pretty good down his top. He handles with some width and thickness, just maybe changing from a structural standpoint. And our 5th place lamb in this class, again, from a structure, he's probably not as good through the hip as the other 4 in this class. Maybe change him there, change him in his shoulders a little bit. But he does have some spring and depth of ribs, some capacity, and some thickness to go along with that. So I think he's a nice quality lamb. Maybe change just a few things, and he's going to be more competitive for the top spot in this class. Congratulations to all of you.
Results from the East Ring in your Cheviot show out of Class 4 Spring Ram Lambs. First place goes to Luke Ward on Nettle Creek M4 of St. Paris. Second place goes to Annie Sailing on TRC 2507 of Caldwell. Third place, Ella Kistler on Kistler K2510 of Tiffin. Fourth place, Elena Plessinger on E. Marie 2511 of Shreve. And in fifth place, Evan Kistler on Kistler K 2508 at Tiffin. Now in the East Ring, in your Cheviot show, they're showing for your junior Cheviot champion Ram. Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring is your Junior Suffolk Yearling U class. First and final call, Suffolk's Fall Ewe Lambs. First and final call, East Ring, Cheviot Yearling Ewes. Your champion Suffolk Ram goes to Kellen Algier. The sponsor for the Champion Ram Award was from Alpha and Omega Genetics, presented by Shelby Rhodes of the Ohio Farm Bureau Federation. Your reserve champion Suffolk Ram went to Noah McAllister. The banner sponsored by Begg Suffolk, represented by Tom Begg.
Well, I think we have some excellent quality rams out here for the Champion Drive and the Cheviot Show. It was not a very large ram show, but I think the quality runs pretty deep amongst these class winners, and I think it makes it a little more difficult. I think with the Cheviot breed, there's certainly some things that they've had over the years in terms of qualities and characteristics that make them what they are, and I think that when we look at breed character and the amount of muscling, that's kind of where I'd really focus on for some of the Cheviots, particularly in this buck class. I think we've got some rams in here that have excellent structure and excellent muscle, but maybe you'd like to change them a bit from a breed character standpoint, maybe from a structural correctness standpoint. But I think an excellent group, and I'll go out there and shake the hands of the champion and reserve.
Your champion Cheviot Ram goes to Courtney Copeland. The award sponsored by Richards Cheviots and presented by Shelby Rhodes of the Ohio Farm Bureau. Your reserve champion Cheviot Ram goes to Luke Ward. The banner sponsored by Hunter Cheviots and presented by Bob Hunker.
Another super high quality class, and one that I really dig in on. I think this pair here on top are very, very unique. Both of them have some class winning parts, I think, that separate themselves from each other. Young Man Sheep I chose to start with one that when he gets that one gathered up and running uphill, I think that one goes ahead and wins. One that is just taller at the point of his shoulder, one that handles extremely good. One of the thicker 2Us that are in the class, and I think just the most structurally correct when it comes to looking at those and looking at a pattern and a design that I prefer. I love the way that one's put together. In my opinion, one of the best two-headed sheep in the class, and I think just an ultra neat one to go ahead and start. The Big UN2 is one that I like a great deal from the outside looking in. One that coming out of the fitted division, that one's straight as a string down her top. She's level in terms of her hip. She's super good in terms of her feet and legs. I think just a high quality one to go ahead and run in second and give that class winner all she wants. The Sheep in 3, another one I like the center body of this one. I love the hip design that one brings to the table. If we could just change that one in terms of her front end design, we put that one into motion, I think we can move her up a spot. One that just wants to get a little looser in terms of her blade when we put that one into motion, but I think a high quality one that's extra good at the ground and extra stout in terms of her feature. We get into 4, I think another one that extra bold and stout in terms of her look. That one wants to run downhill ever so slightly, and against those we have directly ahead of her. And then the 2 U's that we go ahead and conclude with, I love the pattern and the design. They just come to us a notch frailer and a notch more tucked up in terms of their flank. But I think a high-quality class of Suffolk yearling ewes. Congratulations.
Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau ring. Class 7 is your Suffolk yearling ewes. First place goes to Noah McAllister on Macaulay 6516 of Delaware. Second place, William Deering on Millsid Farm 2406 of Frazyburg. Third place, Brody Boyd on Macaulay 6670 of Latonia. Fourth place goes to Noah McAllister on Alpha Omega Genetics 2341 of Delaware. And in fifth place, Kellen Algier on K&K 24083 of Fredericktown. Now entering the ring for your Suffolk show are fall ewe lambs. This will be first and final call for Suffolk winter ewe lambs. Currently in the East ring in your junior Cheviot show, currently in the ring are your yearling ewes. First and final call, Cheviot fall ewe lambs. Your judge today in the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring, currently in the Suffolk show, is Dustin Cruitt. Dustin is from Taylorsville, Illinois, where he resides with his wife, Jenny, and his son, Dalton, and daughter, Jade. Dustin and his family raised 50 head of Dorset, Shropshire, and Hamp-Weathershire sheep, in addition of 40 head of Columbias. Dustin is the County Executive Director of Saginaw, Christian, and Macon County with the Farm Service Agency. Dustin has judged multiple state fairs, the North American International Livestock Exposition, the Big E, among others. Please welcome your judge today in the Nationwide Farm Bureau High League Council ring, Dustin Cruitt. Your judge today in the East ring, currently in the Junior Cheviot show, is Dr. Farby McCarthy. Farby is from Sycamore, Ohio, where he resides with his wife, Joy. Farby and Joy have 3 adult children, and currently they've been a Dorset breeder for over 40 years. Dr. Farby McCarthy is retired from the University of Findlay and currently is a full-time sheep farmer. He is a graduate of the Ohio State University, where he was on the livestock judging team and received his doctorate from the Michigan State University. Please welcome your judge today, Farby McCarthy.
I think another highly competitive class, and we've got some differences obviously out here. I think the one that hits me the best is the young lady's sheep, one that runs uphill, one that her neck sets on top of her shoulder, the most correct for me. We asked that one to go, and that one's the soundest one that we have in the ring. Love the way that one progresses from her forerib to her flank. She's big and stout out of her hip. She's one of the biggest bone ones in the class, and comparative to size, I think she goes ahead and has to win. The one that gives her a push is the one in second. I think obviously coming out of a different division, but I think as a fitted one, that one's big and bold in terms of her center body. And as we get that one's head pushed back ever so slightly on top of her shoulders, she gives us a look from the outside that's level in terms of her spine. We asked that one to go. She wants to get just a notch straighter in terms of her shoulder. She wants to round off just a scotch in terms of her rear hock, but I think one that gives that class winner all she wants. And then we bring out a slick sheared one there that we can come out of our third hole with. I think a good sheep that's neat in terms of her design. She handles extremely good, just not quite as crisp and as powerful as those ahead of her, but I think a high quality class. Congratulations to all.
Well, we have a really nice class of Cheviot yearling ewes to start the ewe show. I think the top two in this class were relatively close. There's some give and take between the two. I'm going to go with the ewe that is here in front of me. I think she's maybe a little more balanced kind of a sheep, particularly when you get your hands on her. She has her shoulders lay in a little bit better than the ewe that's in second place. She handles with a great deal of width and dimension down her top. If you maybe criticize her just a tick compared to the second place ewe, I wished I had the rib shape and the depth in this ewe compared to the ewe that's in second. But I think the ewe in second, although she has some really great qualities, for me she doesn't blend as well in the shoulder area. She gets a little more bold through the point of her shoulder. I'd like to change that ever so slightly to actually compete with the ewe that wins this class. One of the bigger ewes in the class is the yearling ewe that's in third place. For me, she handles with a great deal of length. She's good down her top. She has some width. She probably doesn't balance out quite as well as the two ewes that are in first and second in this class, but I think a really, really nice ewe to fit in third. Maybe the biggest ewe in this class is the ewe that's in fourth, and you're not going to take anything away from her from a size standpoint. That's not really the issue here. For me, she doesn't come together as well, particularly on the move. As the ewes that are ahead of her, she's a little bolder through the shoulder, and it doesn't lay in quite as well. And when she moves on her rear, she doesn't probably move as fluid or as nice as we have with some of the other ewes ahead of her. The ewe in fifth place, again, a nice quality, high quality ewe. Gives up a little bit in terms of just the dimensions. When you handle her, though she appears to be fairly wide, she doesn't have kind of the width and dimension and muscle through the loin and into the rump, and she doesn't move quite as well as I'd like to see on her rear end. But a really high quality yearling ewe class. Congratulations to all of you.
Single entry here in our Suffolk side, but I think one that can take a little more heat. That one's very feminine up front. She's one that's skinny in terms of her neck, and you get your hands on her one that sure doesn't disappoint you. She's got some shape down her top. She balances at least parallel underneath. She's big and square in terms of her hip. We'll see how she looks when we bring her back out.
Results from your East Ring out of your Junior Cheviot show. First place goes to Jackson Coons on Nettle Creek, J8 of St. Paris. Second place, Connor Barnes on Spildy 5986 of West Liberty. Third place goes to Courtney Copeland on Copeland 23118 of Lewistown. Fourth place, Annie Sailing on TRC 2319 of Caldwell. And in fifth place, Alina Plessinger on E. Marie 2414 of Shreve. Currently in the ring for the Cheviot show are your fall ewe lambs. First and final call, Cheviot winner ewe lambs. First and final call. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring out of your Junior Suffolk show. In Class 8, Fall Ewe Lambs. First place goes to Brody Boyd on Macaulay 6753 Latonia. Second place goes to Noah Tesner on Begg Family Suffolk of Findlay. In third place, Devin Sachs on Macaulay 6788 of Greenville. And out of Class 9, your winner, Ewe Lamb. First place goes to Hannah McAllister on Alpha Omega 2504 of Delaware.
Well, we only have one entry in this fall ewe lamb class, but she's a high quality ewe. Really good on her feet and legs, moves out with some fluidity. When you handle her, she's got some width and dimension down her top. She's got, maybe you can make her a little longer, but I think she handles with adequate length through the hind saddle particularly. A very, very nice ewe lamb. Congratulations.
Results from your East Ring Junior Cheviot Show. Fall Ewe Lamb first place goes to Annie Sailing on TRC 2420 of Caldwell. Now entering the ring for your Junior Cheviot Show is going to be your winner Ewe Lamb class. First and final call, Cheviot Spring Ewe Lambs, first and final call.
Super neat class again with some differences. I think our class winner is one that just strikes the pose just a notch better for me. One that's a little stouter in terms of her structure. One that has got some extra shape. I think she's one that's probably pushing the envelope for me in terms of her chest and her neck design. She's one that is probably a shot more mature than that sheep that we have in second. I think that's where the one in second has an added advantage. That one up front is way more feminine, notch more skinny in terms of her neck. And I think for a fitted one, that one is extremely straight down her top. She's square in terms of her hip. I think if we can just make that one get out and just go a shot better, she'll go ahead and get around our class winner. I think a competitive pair. And then obviously the biggest frame one in three, I think one that's big and stout and without a doubt going to be the biggest frame yearling of the three. That one just wants to maybe just not want to give us her best performance today. She's wanting to pull back ever so slightly for the gals. But I think as we continue to feed on that one and get her to just fill in, one that's extra bold in terms of her ribs, she's extra stout in terms of her body. I think just the future looks bright for that one. Congratulations on a high-quality trio.
Well, again, we have one entry in this ewe lamb class. I think a high-quality ewe lamb. She's not showing with a great deal of wool on her, so what you see is pretty much what you get. When you get your hands on her, she's one of the greener ewes that you're probably going to handle today. She's got some length of body. She's pretty good down her top. When she gets out and moves, she moves with some free and easy strides. So a nice ewe lamb to win this class.
Results from your East Ring, your Junior Cheviot Show. First place goes to Ella Kistler on Kistler K2507 of Tiffin, Ohio. Next in the ring for your Junior Cheviot Show is your Spring Ewe Lamb class. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring out of your Junior Suffolk Show Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to Noah McAllister on Macaulay 7089 of Delaware. Second place, Corbin Bailey on Appleton Acres 1122 of Johnstown. And third place, Kelsey Hopper on Jim Roman and Family 25007 of Zanesville. Currently in the ring for your Junior Suffolk Show is your champion U-Drive.
I think as we get these 7 back out here and evaluate them, I think there's a pair of them that hit me pretty hard in class, and I think there's some differences in them, obviously, but I think they're the 2 best too. If we could, let's give these young people a big round of applause.
Your champion, Junior Suffolk U, goes to Noah McAllister of Delaware. Your champion U banner is sponsored by Alpha and Omega Genetics and is presented to you by Shelby Rhodes of Ohio Farm Bureau Federation. Your reserve champion, Suffolk U, goes to William Deering of Frazeysburg. Your reserve champion U banner is presented to you by Begg Suffolk and presented to you by Tom Begg. Attention in the barns. Currently in the ring for the Suffolk Show is the flock class. The Algier family, please make your way to the ring with your flock class. Please make your way to the ring with your flock class. Results from your Suffolk Show Class 9, from your flock class. First place goes to Noah McAllister. Congratulations to all the Junior Suffolk exhibitors today. Next breed entering the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring is going to be your horned Dorsets. First and final call, horned Dorsets, yearling Rams. Horned Dorsets, yearling Rams. First and final call.
Well, for those of you unfamiliar with Cheviots, the ewe lamb that wins is not unusual in terms of spirit with that breed. They are really, at times, a handful, and she certainly was today. When you compare her and the second place ewe, there are a couple things that stand out for me. Aside from her athletic abilities, I think she has a bit more width and thickness down her top than the ewe that wins this. She's a little better on her feet and legs than the ewe that's in second. So from a combination standpoint, even though we didn't get as good a look at her on the profile at times as we did on the second place ewe, I think there's a little more sheep there and a little more quality relative to the ewe in second. I like the ewe in second from a profile standpoint. She's outstanding. She has some length of body. She's got some extension through her front end. She's got that long, kind of elegant neck and look. She doesn't stand with quite as much body width from the rear. I'd like to change that. And she tends to want to go down a touch in her front pasterns. But other than that, I think there's a really bright future for a ewe that has this kind of design, and I think that she'll turn into a nice yearling ewe. We do have a couple ewe lambs here that are a little bit different in type in terms of maturity patterns. These are a little earlier maturing. They really handle with some width and thickness. They're a little shorter in their body, and probably what sets them apart from the other two is their design through their front end. They're just a little more bold through the shoulder area. They don't have quite the extension through the neck area and through the shoulders, and I'd like to change that. But they're high quality ewes. They just maybe lack some of those I guess, design features that we like to see in show sheep, but I think they're really functional in their makeup. The ewe lamb that ends up in the fifth hole in this class, I think, again, has some real qualities about her. She's a little different in terms of her rump and hip structure than the four that stand above her, but I think she has an excellent future. She's got some grow in her. She's a relatively green handling ewe lamb, so I think there's really some quality and future for her as a yearling ewe. Really high quality class. Congratulations to all of you.
Currently in your Nationwide Farm Bureau ring, we are starting the Horn Dorset show. Currently in the ring is your Horn Dorset yearling ram. First and final call, Horn Dorset Fall Ram Lamb class.
Single entry in our yearling buck class here, but I think one that's pretty unique in terms of his build. That one's extremely long from flank to flank. You get your hands on top of that one, and one that's incredible in terms of his spine. He treks around the ring and keeps himself together, and then you get behind that one, and that one's got a gigantic hip. He's extremely flat in terms of the top side of his surface. He's big and bold and wide when you get behind him, and I think just one that can take quite a bit more competition. Congratulations on a high-end one to start our horn division.
Results from the East Ring in your junior Cheviot show. First place goes to Elena Plessinger on Misty Acres 1580 of Shreve. Second place goes to Courtney Copeland on Copeland 25037 of Lewistown. Third place goes to Chase Ward on Nettle Creek M1 of St. Paris. Fourth place, Jackson Coons on Nettle Creek M5 of St. Paris. And in fifth place, Evan Kistler on Kistler K2515 of Tiffin. Currently in the ring for your junior Cheviot show is your champion, You Drive.
Well, again, not a lot of numbers in the Cheviot show, but really some high quality ewes at the top end of those classes. I'm not going to talk about each one of these. They were all in fairly small classes, and we were able to give some reasons. But I will say that the Cheviot breed, from a historical standpoint, has been a relatively small breed, and I see that over the years we've we've gotten them a little bit bigger, but size is really not as important in the Cheviot breed as it might be for some of the other breeds. I think, though, we have some sheep in here that have some grow, have some size, particularly have some muscle, and still have really excellent design features. So with that being said, I'll just go out and shake the hands of the champion reserve exhibitors.
Your champion junior Cheviot U goes to Jackson Coons of St. Paris, Ohio. That award is sponsored by the Kistler family. And your reserve champion Cheviot U goes to Connor Barnes of West Liberty, Ohio. That award is sponsored by KNC Copeland, presented to you by Kelly Copeland.
Super neat class of fall ram lambs in our horn division. I think there's some differences, some different types and kinds, but I think the one that hits me the hardest is our class winner. He's one that's long in terms of his 13th rib back. He's square in terms of his hip. He's good on his feet and legs. He happens to be the biggest one out here as well. But I think when that guy gets out and wants to go and gets his head cocked up there, he goes ahead and wins this class pretty handily. I think the one in second is the one that hits me the second best. He's one that's the roundest in terms of his cage of the remaining contemporaries. He's one that's got the second most amount of muscle and shape down his top. I like that one at the ground a scotch better than the remainder of the class. And I think when we get that one out and just study the profile and look at that one that gives us an extremely neat look. Super cool profile 1 and 3. I love the pattern of this sheep, as good as any that we have in the class. I think when you study that one at the ground, one that gets just a notch frailer. And I think more importantly, when we get directly behind that one and study his skeleton, he's one of the most narrow ones that we have in the 4. But I love the outside design of this one. Hopefully that's just a phase he's going through as we continue to feed that one. He goes ahead and makes a big, neat yearling. And I love the body shape and overall design of this one in 4th. I love the extra stoutness and burliness that one brings to the table. When we ask that one to go, I'd just like to change his rear too ever so slightly to get him up any higher in the class. But I think a high quality class. Congratulations.
Currently in the East Ring is your junior Cheviot flock class. Your next breed to show in the East Ring will be your Shropshires. First and final call, Shropshire Yearling Rams. First and final call, Shropshire Yearling Rams. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring of your Horn Dorset show in Class 1. First place goes to, out of your Yearling Ram class, Keaton Snipes on shots 3001 of West Liberty, Ohio. Results from your Class 2 Fall Ram Lamb class. First place goes to Connor Barnes on PRC 9102 of West Liberty. Second place goes to Campbell Reese on PRC W9150 of Chesterland. Third place, Austin Inbody on ALAM 494 of Bluffton. And in fourth place, Ella S. Whitmer on Evan Whitmer, Bradford, Ohio. Attention junior Cheviot breeders, exhibitors. Following the flock class, there will be an award for Best Headed Ram and Best Headed Ewe. Results from your East Ring for your Cheviot flock class. First place goes to Courtney Copeland of Lewistown. Second place, Annie Saling. Third place, Ella Kistler. And fourth place, Elena Plessinger.
Another neat class as we get into our horn bucks, and I think our class winner is just the most correctly balanced. He gives us that view right there, and I think one that goes ahead and wins this particular class. Long, level, square, good in terms of his feet and legs. Young lady does a good job of propping him up and putting that one together. Slick sheared sheep is another one. I love the length of body that one brings to the table. That one's extremely long from his last rib back. He's square in terms of his hip, and he gets progressively longer hip. One that's maybe not quite as stout in terms from hooks to pins. He's not quite as level in terms of his spine, but I think a high-quality pair. Congratulations.
Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring. Out of your Horn Dorset Winter Ram Lamb class, first place goes to Parker Reese on PRCW 9206 of Chesterland. Second place, Avery Landon on Battle Run Farms 84 of Marion. Now in the ring, Horn Dorset Spring Ram Lamb class.
Single entry, and we won't take a whole lot of time here, but I think he's a shot green in terms of his belly and his design, but I think we'd expect that out of one coming out of this age division. That one's extended up front. He's extremely sharp in terms of his shoulder. Love the length of body, love the levelness of spine that one brings to the table. I think the future looks bright in that critter. Congratulations.
Results from your Horn Dorset Spring Ram Lamb class. First place goes to Keaton Snipes on Snipes Barnes 3327 of West Liberty, Ohio. Now entering the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring will be all your first and second place Horn Dorset Rams for the champion Ram Drive. Final call, Shropshire Yearling Rams. Final call, Shropshire Yearling Rams.
I think as we conclude our Horn Buck show, I think it's been really, really good. We don't have a whole lot of these where I come from, and I get an opportunity to sort them throughout the year. But I think it's a breed that's definitely growing in popularity, and definitely with that came a higher end quality. There's one out here that's unique. One that if we could just change one thing, I think that's one of the better ones I've seen. I think that one's extremely high end. I think for reserve, it gets competitively closer, but I think there's one that follows that one a great deal. I'll show you the two that I like, but if we could, let's give them a big round of applause.
Results out of the East Ring, out of your Junior Cheviot show. Your best-headed Ram went to Jackson Coons, and your best-headed ewe went to Evan Kistler. Final call, Horn Dorset Yearling Ewes. Final call, Horn Dorset Yearling Ewes. Your champion, Junior Horn Dorset Ram, went to Keaton Snipes of West Liberty, Ohio. Your champion Ram banner was sponsored by ALAM Livestock and presented to you by Austin Inbody and Caitlin Coleman, the Ohio Dorset ambassador. Reserve champion Horn Dorset Ram went to Connor Barnes of West Liberty, Ohio. And your reserve champion banner was sponsored by the Ohio Dorset Breeders Association and presented to you by Caitlin Coleman, the Ohio Dorset ambassador. Now entering the East Ring is your Shropshire Yearling Ram class. First and final call, Shropshire Fall Ram Lambs. Now entering the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring on the west end is going to be your Horn Dorset Yearling U class. First and final call, Horn Dorset, Fall Ewe Lamb, first and final call.
Well, I know there's only 3 yearling rams in this class, but it's really high quality. I think that if you're looking for Shropshire rams, there's usually some variety. I think these are those that are focusing on maybe the more important economic traits. And I think that the top 2 in particular are fairly close in placings. Obviously, the one here that we're starting the class with is one of the bigger framed rams in this class. But along with that, he's got some substance, some mass. When you get your hands on him, he is wide down his top, but it's not a bad width. His shoulders blend in nicely. He's got some extension through the front end. He's good on his feet and legs. I think when you start to evaluate the first to the second and compare, they're very similar in many ways. I think he's a little longer through the hip than the ram that's in second. I think when you look at width of rump and dimension in the lower leg, I think he's probably as wide and as shapely as the ram that's in second. I think the ram in second, you really like some things about him, particularly when you get your hands on him and in the rack area. He's very expressively muscled there. He stands with some height through the front end. He's a little shorter bodied, handles with a little shorter hind saddle than the ram that wins this class, but certainly a high quality ram there in second. I think the ram in third, comparatively speaking, probably doesn't have enough thickness, doesn't have enough substance of bone to compare to the other two and to be competitive for the placing. He's got some good qualities. He's long in his makeup. When you handle him, he's got some width down his top. He just needs to have a little more shape and width through the lower leg to be a little bit more competitive with the other two rams.
Results from the East Ring out of your junior breeding Shropshire show. First place goes to Troy Weber on Webby Farms 2403 at Loudonville. Second place, Kennedy Algier on Bryant 240093 at Fredericktown. And in third place, Troy Weber on Webby Farms 2402 of Loudonville. Now entering the ring in your Shropshire show, Fall Ram Lambs. First and final call, Shropshire Winter Ram Lambs.
Well, really nice class of rams out here. I guess these are fall rams. Really competitive top to bottom. There's some differences. I picked the two that I think are probably the more similar in terms of design and muscle shape, but they're all very useful kind of rams. The ram we're going to start with, the most impressive thing about him is when you get your hands on him and you look at him down his top and through his hip. He really is very expressively muscled in the rack, and it carries back with a really wide, long hind saddle. His hip is level but still has some width. You get behind him, he has some shape to him. If I'm going to be, and I think we should all consider things that are going to be more productive type traits, this buck needs to have more rib depth or body capacity, particularly compared to the ram that's in second. That can be how he's been handled leading up to the show in terms of how he's been fed and those types of things, or it can be a genetic thing that he's just never going to have a lot of gut. But we need to look at that as being an important aspect when you're breeding sheep. That's, for me, that's the main fault that I have with that buck, and again, not knowing how he's been handled, maybe he could be a little different. The ram in second place, similar to him in terms of how he's shaped up through his front end. He's got some extension. He stands with some height or elevation at the shoulder. He's not as long-bodied. He isn't probably quite as shapely, particularly down the rump, but that length of body equates to a shorter hip and a shorter hind saddle. He's good on his feet and legs. And this ram, if you're going to be critical of the ram that wins for not being deep enough, I think this ram here is about where you need to have. You need to have some depth of rib, you need some belly depth, and you need to have that to make a productive sheep. The ram in third place just gives up that muscle shape and style. I like some things about him. Again, he's kind of extended through the front end, but he just doesn't have quite as much mass as we have with the other two rams that place above him. The same thing can be said for the fourth place ram. He's got some extension. He's got some things that you'd like to have him. He's actually got some substance of bone that you like. He just doesn't have the width and dimension that the other rams have. Congratulations to all of you.
As we got in our yearling U division here on our horn side, I think we heated up the water quite a bit, and these two on top especially, I think they're interchangeable. If you like one and you like to flip-flop them, I'm sure okay with that. The one that I chose to start with is the one that I feel is the most correctly balanced, one that's the neatest in terms of her head and her neck. She goes around the ring, I think, and keeps herself together a shot better. She's big and bold in terms of her rib cage. She's big in her hip. She's good at the ground. And I think one that gives us a look when we stop that is just more unique, I guess, for me. The problematic one, I guess, is in two. I think that's probably, for this breed, as big and as stout and as robust one as there is. One that I sure appreciate that about her as we stop these and evaluate these. One that's not quite as neat out of her top side of her shoulder. She's not quite as slick in terms of her front end design, but I think as we turn that one out into pasture and breed that one to the right buck, I think that's one I sure wouldn't bet against. I love pieces of this one. I love pieces of this one to win the class. I just opted to use that one ahead of her. I thought she was just a notch slicker from the outside looking in. Super neat one to go into three. Another big frame one that's got some body and some rib shape. You get your hands on that one. She's not as strong down her top. She's not quite as square out of the back side of her hip, but one that I think rivals those two in size and look. Same goes for the 1 and 4. I love the profile and the look that this one gives us from this angle. I think where this one gets outpowered is when you get directly behind that one. She's a shot more frail. She's not quite as opened up as those are directly ahead of them, but I think an ultra neat one. And then we go ahead and conclude with that 1 and 5, and I think that one's build is probably as good as any in the class. One that you give us this look from the side, and I think you sure got to appreciate it. I think when you put those next to each other, the one that just gets a little outmanned in its particular drive, she's a little smaller frame, a little shorter body, but one that's built extremely well. Congratulations.
Results from the East Ring out of your Junior Shropshire Show. First place goes to Bree Moeller on BWB Farms 2466 of Orient. Second place, Kennedy Algier on Bryant 24157 of Fredericktown. Third place, Allie Wolford on Wolford 24-60 of Newark. And fourth place, Allie Wolford on Flanders VIP 4306 of Newark. Currently in the ring for your Junior Shropshire Show are the Shropshire Spring Ram Lambs. All first and second place Shropshire Rams, please be in the makeup area. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring. First place goes to Connor Barnes on PRC 9066 of West Liberty. Second place, Keaton Snipes on shots 3084 of West Liberty. Third place, Caleb Brule on Gallagher K253 of Mount Gilead. Fourth place, Logan Inbody on ALAM 467 of Bluffton. Fifth place, Addison Inbody on ALAM 463 of Bluffton. Currently in the ring for the Horn Dorset Show are your Fall Ewe Lambs. First and final call, Horn Dorset, winner Ewe Lambs. First and final call.
Really, really nice set of ram lambs in this class, the Shropshire class. I think most of you that are watching outside the ring recognize that the two lambs that are in first and second are both pretty similar in a lot of ways. They both actually have pretty good breed character for a Shrop. They've got some thickness, they've got some width of skeleton. They've got some shape and design that you'd like to have. So from a muscling standpoint, probably not a whole lot of difference. From a structural correctness standpoint, they're both fine. I think structural design is a little bit different between the two. The ram that's in second on the move just wants to ever so little suck down a little bit into his front end. At the points of his shoulders, he's a little bit wider at the point, and it probably doesn't blend into the shoulder as well as you'd like to have. But guys, from a mass standpoint, you get behind him, he's got some width through the hip. He's got some width through the stifle. He's really a nice ram. But this ram excels the second place ram in terms of his front end design. He comes out of that shoulder with his neck with some length, some extension, but when you get in front of him, he's just a little cleaner through the shoulder. Mass-wise, muscle mass, depth of body, rib shape, anything you want to talk about, very similar between the two, and it's a close placing. I think that the lamb in third place has some of those same features, gives up in terms of muscle mass, total muscle mass. I like to change that ram in terms of how much muscle he has in the loin and rump, particularly in the pin area. He's probably a little narrower in the pin than the ram that's in second and the ram that's in first. Change that and he's going to be much more competitive. The ram in fourth place, again, really good from a frame size and a design up through the front end. Probably not as correct in the rump area. He is not as level. He isn't as long. He doesn't have as much muscle and shape in that. But otherwise, a pretty functional kind of a ram there in fourth. Fifth place, it's just a degree difference in terms of muscling. Just a little bit less muscle shape than the ram that was in fourth. All of these are similar in terms of their overall design. They just give up in terms of maybe muscle shape, the amount, the length, those types of things, but really high quality. Same goes for the sixth place ram in here. High quality, just not enough muscle mass to compete with the rams that win this class.
So we get out here to our Fall U division. I think it's competitively close here on top, and I think if we leave them parked, it's pretty simple. Our class winner is the one that's the most elevated in terms of her front end design. She's extremely long-bodied, she's square-hipped, she's stout, and she's rugged. As we ask those two to go, I'd like for her to flex and hinge just a notch better off her rear hock. One that maybe just like to peel a little bit of color off her hooves as well. But I think it's competitively close because I think she has extra growth, she has extra length of body, and I think that's what makes it competitively close. Our sheep in second is one I love from the stop. I love her on the move. She's not quite as horsey or as up and out as that one is directly ahead of her, but that's one that there's no real holes in, one that's extremely level down her top. She's got some extra center body. She's a shot bigger footed than that one directly ahead of her. I like that pair quite a bit. A sheep in three, I think basic in terms of her build. She's neat in terms of her look. She's slick sheared, obviously. What you see is what you get. That one's extremely long from flank to flank. She's level down her top. She's not quite as wowy maybe as those two directly ahead of her, but I like that sheep in terms of her functionality in her feet and her legs. Super neat design one that we have in fourth. I think one that probably doesn't really give us any holes. You get your hands on her, you sure can't complain about her. I don't know what her end point is. She reads a little smaller and shorter bodied to me in comparison to those three ahead of her, but I think a high quality sheep that's extremely fluid and flexible in terms of her feet and legs, sound at the ground. And another big frame sheep that we go ahead and conclude our top five with. Love the extra center body, love the top side of that one, skeleton. We just need to make that one just a shot more functionally wide, stouten her up at the ground to compete against those ahead of her. Congratulations, another high quality class.
Results from the East Ring out of your Junior Shropshire Show. Winner Ram Lamb class. First place goes to Avery Vasco on Vasco Shrops 8018 of Cambridge. Second place goes to Kennedy Algier on Bryant 25006 of Fredericktown. Third place Kennedy Algier on Bryant 25021 of Fredericktown. Fourth place Natalie Eskridge on Eskridge 25040 of Wheelersburg. And fifth place Victoria Kovacs on CCS Kovacs 25-2 of Fulton. Now in the ring for your Shropshire Show or your Spring Ram Lambs. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau ring out of your Junior Horn Dorset Show. Fall U Lambs. First place goes to Keaton Snipes on PRC 9119 of West Liberty. Second place Austin Embody on ALAM 496 of Bluffton. Third place Campbell Reese on Route 880 of Chesterland. Fourth place Addison Embody on ALAM 495 of Bluffton. And in fifth place Campbell Reese on Route 881 of Chesterland. Currently in the ring for your Junior Horn Dorset show is the winner ewe lamb class. First and final call, Horn Dorset, Spring Ewe Lambs. First and final call.
Well, I have a nice group of ram lambs here in this class. Not very many, but all three of them are really high quality. The dilemma for me were between the first and second. I think that pair of ram lambs brings some things to the show ring that the lamb that's in third place may not have. I like a lot of things about the two rams. There is some differences between the two. The ram we're going to use here for me just shows more overall width, particularly when you get out of the rack and get into the rib area and then on into the rump and to the pins. He's just got more width down that top right there. He's particularly wider through the stifle area. Now, is his muscle design is maybe as flashy or as for some more desirable than the ram that's in second? Maybe not, but he still has a lot of shape. He has some expression of muscling in the rack. I like the way he's built through the front end. I like the way he balances out to the rear flank. Just a nice, complete kind of a ram with certainly an exceptional amount of muscle. The ram in third place, I think, or in second place, I should say, as you look at that ram and when he came in, he's really a very attractive ram as he stands. If you're looking at, and I hate to even talk about this in a breeding class, but shallow in the chest floor, he's probably what you would consider shallow. I think that he needs a little more spring to his rear or to his ribs area to go with that, because if you're going to make it less depth, you need to have more width, and I'd change him a little bit on that. And I think when you get behind him and compare that to the ram that wins this class, although his shape is desirable, we probably aren't seeing as much width through the stifle area and maybe as much depth through the twist that we have in the first place lamb. Both very, very nice rams in this class. I think from a design standpoint, the third place ram, really a very attractive ram from the side. It's where you get on top of him and get behind him that he gives up that muscle shape that we have in these other two. That's the simple facts that he just doesn't have quite as much thickness as the other two. But other than that, he's designed right. Very nice class. Congratulations to all of you.
Super class in our horned ewe lamb side, and I think we go 5 deep in this class, and I think they've all got a place and a purpose, and we're going to describe them a little bit. Sheep that I chose to start with, the one that's the most ready today. You get your hands on that one. That one's extremely neat in terms of her front end design. She's one that handles good down her top, and when the young people get her set, I think one that gives us an outside look and a presence that's extremely neat. We asked that one to go, and I think one that just maybe handles her rear hock a notch better than that one directly behind her. I think the 1 and 2 pushes her all day long. I love the extra center body that one brings to the table. That one's extremely big and bold up top. She's one that when we asked that one to go, just wants to push her hock ever so slightly for me. I think those minuscule differences, but I think as we get a class of this quality and of this competitive nature, I think it's some of those smaller things. When we asked that one to stand still and give us a silhouette, I think that one gives our class winner all she wants. I think a high quality pair to start. Young man brings us 1 and 3 that I think this one's probably as honest as the day is long in terms of her age, and I think that'll come to attrition as we continue to feed on that one. This one's not quite as fat and as fluffy as those two are directly ahead of them, but this one's front end design to flank design I think reads very, very good. The longer that this one goes, the better that this one's going to get. I think maturity is maybe not in her favor today. I think as we ask that one to continue to go, going to make a nice yearling for this young man. Keep feeding on that one. I like that one a great deal. That one's chest to flank is extremely neat. You get directly behind that one. I think that's a high quality one that's going to continue on. Super neat one to go in for. I love the pattern and the outside look that this one gives us, a presence from the outside. One that we get directly behind that one, just not quite as stout and as opened up as those are directly ahead of her. But I think one that's extremely neat from the outside looking in. And we go ahead and conclude with the slick sheared sheep. I like that sheep a great deal. One that as you evaluate that one and ask that one to go, her chest is good, her neck is good. Maybe just like to turn that horn ever so slightly for my personal preference. But I think one, again, as we continue to feed on that one, the future looks bright. That sheep's extremely neat in terms of her spine, has some mass and some muscle. I think congratulations on a neat set.
Well, I realized that the ram show from a number standpoint in the Shropshire breed wasn't all that large, but I think from a quality standpoint, these top-end rams are all really good. And depending on what you're putting emphasis on, but I think most of us would agree that they've got some muscle to them. Most of them are pretty good from a breed character standpoint. They've got some structural correctness. There's a lot of good things with all these rams. There's one in particular that I really thought kind of stood out in its class. I think it kind of stands out here in the group of 8 rams that we have out here. That one was fairly obvious for me. After that, it gets to be a little tighter for the reserve. I'm going to go out here and just a moment here and shake the hands of the champion and reserve champion. But let's give them all a round of applause. This is difficult to bring in high-quality rams, and I realize it wasn't as large, but maybe from a breed standpoint, you don't need to have a lot of numbers as long as you have some real high-quality rams at the top end. So there you go. Congratulations to all of you in the Ram Show.
Your champion, Shropshire Ram, goes to Avery Vasco of Cambridge. That Ram banner was sponsored by Evans Shropshires and presented to you by Courtney Copeland, the Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Your reserve champion, Shropshire Ram, goes to Kennedy Algier of Fredericktown. The reserve champion Ram banner was sponsored by Alice Marie Culp and presented by Courtney Copeland, the Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. The results from your Shropshire Class 4 Spring Ram Lamb class was first place Abby Isler on Isler 2534 Prospect. Second place went to Kinley Tenney of Sweet Dreams Sargentshire of Greenville. Third place goes to Kennedy Algier on Bryant 25083 of Fredericktown.
Super neat class, just got a pair of them, and I think they're both young and youthful looking. The one I chose to start with, just a notch bolder in terms of her look. She's one that gives us a front end design that's extremely neat through her head and her neck. One that is just extremely long from flank to flank, and I think just flexes it around the ring. She's one that maybe if we want to nitpick on, I'd like to shorten her pasterns up ever so slightly, but I think that's a neat sheep. We go ahead and conclude with one in second that I think is a notch terms of her body shape. It's just a notch bolder in terms of her rib cage. She's one that gives us a neat look from the outside in. She wants to become just a notch frailer in terms of her bone work in comparison to that one directly ahead of them, but I think a high quality pair. Congratulations.
Now entering the ring for your Shropshire show, first and final call, Shropshire Yearling Ewes. Final call, Shropshire Yearling Ewes. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring. Out of your Horn Dorset show, Class 9 winner ewe lambs. First place goes to Connor Barnes on Snipes Barnes 3281 of West Liberty. Second place goes to Campbell Reese on EGC W9208 of Chesterland. Third place, Caleb Rule on Gallagher G216 of Mount Gilead. Fourth place, Morgan Embody on ALAM 501 of Bluffton. And in fifth place, Avery Landon on Oberholzer 2501 of Marion. Results from your Class 10 Horn Dorset Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place, Campbell Reese on PRCW 9215 of Chesterland. Second place, Logan Embody on ALAM 509 of Bluffton. Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring, they are showing for champion and reserve champion Horn Dorset Ewe.
Well, folks, as I stated before, you don't get into a lot of horns in Illinois, but I think as I traveled from state to state, it's definitely a breed that's gaining popularity. And I think as we evaluate these and study them, there's some out here that get me excited. There's a pair of them out here that I think that fit together really good. I think they're a little different in terms of their type and their kind, but they're the best two for me. And they came out of a very difficult class in a difficult division. That yearling ewe will be champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Results out of your Nationwide Farm Bureau ring. Your champion, Horn Dorset ewe, goes to Connor Barnes of West Liberty. That award is sponsored by Embody Custom Fitting and Shearing, represented to you by Charles Embody. Your reserve champion, Horn Dorset ewe, goes to Keaton Snipes of West Liberty. That ewe banner was sponsored by the Ohio Dorset Breeders Association and presented to you by Caitlin Coleman, the Ohio Dorset Ambassador. Now entering the ring for the Horn Dorset show is Flock, owned by Exhibitor. Following the Horn Dorset flock class, they will show for best-headed ram and then best-headed ewe. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau ring out of your Horn Dorset flock class. First place goes to Keaton Snipes of West Liberty. Second place, Connor Barnes of West Liberty. Third place, Austin Embody of Bluffton. Fourth place, Campbell Reese. And in fifth place, Avery Landon. First call, Polled Dorset, Yearling Rams. First call, Polled Dorset, Yearling Rams. Your best-headed Horn Dorset Ram goes to Connor Barnes. Current class entering the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring are the Horn Dorset best-headed ewe. The sponsors today for your Horn Dorset best-headed ram was in honor of the Jim Luster family and donated by the Gerfen family. Your award donated for the Horn Dorset best-headed ewe is in honor of the Warren Squires family and donated by ALAM Livestock. Your Horn Dorset best-headed ewe goes to Campbell Reese. Final call, Pold Dorset, Yearling Rams. Final call, Pold Dorset, Yearling Rams. Final call, Shropshire Fall Ewe Lambs. Final call, Shropshire Fall Ewe Lambs. We are now ready to start the Pold Dorset show in the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring. Pold Dorset, Yearling Rams. Please make your way to the makeup area. Final call, Pold Dorset, Yearling Rams. First and final call, Pold Dorset, Fall Ram Lamb.
Oh, this was a fantastic yearling ewe class, and took so long because I had in my mind some of the top end ewes, but there's a lot of really good ewes in here that are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Really hard to separate some of these ewes. There wasn't anything all that obvious. I think that the two ewes that win this class for me are the ewes that combine balance, structure, muscle shape, all of those together. I don't necessarily think that we need to have the biggest sheep win these classes. I also think, though, that there are some ewes that are borderline terminal because of their size and their muscle, the amount of muscling. These are females, and we'd like to have them be productive, and I think that the combination of the two probably works best for me. The ewe that's going to win this show, I think, from a design standpoint, she's really, really good in her shoulder. Her neck comes out of her shoulder at about the exact way that you want them to. She's good through the hip. She's got some width through her hooks, carries well to her pins. She's got some lower leg shape. She's good on her feet and legs. She just ends up being a ewe that is hard to find many things wrong with her, and that's why she ends up on top. The ewe in second place kind of follows her in terms of design type. She's got some extension up through the front end. She's long in her body. She's got some width and shape. Probably for me, maybe just doesn't quite have the shape that the ewe that wins this class, but again, a really close placing. Some of you may have switched those as we went through the class, but a very, very nice ewe in second place. Third place ewe, a little smaller in terms of her frame size, which didn't hurt her, but along with that, she probably doesn't have as much shape and balance that we have in the first two, but that's being very critical with her. She's really pretty good from her top standpoint. She's got the right rib shape. She's good on her feet and legs. She's got some muscle in her, and it's certainly in the right places. So a very nice ewe there in third place. Our fourth place ewe, for me, when she came in, I thought, man, this is really, really going to be a nice ewe in this class, and she turns out to be one of the top ewes. I don't think she has quite as much thickness or width through the pins in particular that our top ewes do. I wish she had a little more inside leg as well as a little more lower outside leg. She balances out pretty good, but I think if that was the case, that she had just a touch more muscling, she would balance nearly perfect. As far as frame size is concerned, she's right where she needs to be. She's got some extension. She's long. She's good on her feet and legs. Just a little bit more muscle shape in her leg, and I think she's going to compete for the top spot. The same thing might be said for the fifth place ewe. Good job. The fifth place ewe, maybe not as showy through the front end that our top two ewes were. Certainly she's got some width and thickness. She's got some scale. She's pretty good on her feet and legs. She probably doesn't have as much shape and balance that we have in some of the ewes ahead of her, but an excellent class, excellent ewes top to bottom. Congratulations.
As we get into our fall division here on our Dorset side, I think we got a big, stout, burly kind of a buck to go ahead and start. One that's got some shape down his top. He's long from his hooks to his pins. He's long from that 13th rib back. He's got some masculinity. He's one that, if you want to get a little nitpicky, I guess we maybe just pick him up front ever so slightly. But I think a nice sheep that could have taken a lot more competition. Congratulations.
Results from your Pool Dorset Class 1 yearling ram. First place goes to Connor Cobb on Troy Beyer, 551 of Richwood. Results from the East Ring. Out of your Shropshire Show, Class 7 yearling ewes. First place goes to Kennedy Algier on Bryant, 24118 of Fredericktown. Second place, Kennedy Algier on Bryant, 24040 of Fredericktown. Third place goes to Arlene Eskridge on Eskridge, 2416 of Wheelersburg. Fourth place goes to Kinley Tenney on Sergeant Shires, 2418 of Greenville. In fifth place, Kylie Naw on Flanders VIP, 4262 of Ada. Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring are your Poll Dorset Fall Ram Lamb class. First and final call, Poll Dorset, winner Rams. First and final call, Poll Dorset, winner Rams.
I think on our Dorset side, a class that comes together pretty quick for me. I think our class winner is one that gives us some extra outreaching parts. I love the front end design of that one. That one's head and neck is extremely good. And you match that with the rest of his body. He's the stout featured one, this extra shapely big hip, and he's good at the ground. I think obviously a place to start. For that point on, I think the sheep in second's the one that most closely follows him. We get that one stopped and put together. That one's big, burly, and stout in terms of his rib cage and design. He's one that has some shape down his top, and I think an added neatness in terms of his structure when we ask that one to go is why we place that one too. I think the sheep in third is one that we can slide up a notch as we stand that one still. We asked that one to go, and I think one we just need to pick up in terms of his pasterns, get him a notch more shape up in terms of his top side of his skeleton to get around those ahead of him. But that's a big hip, big-ended one in an awfully competitive class. Congratulations.
Currently in the ring for your Shropshire show are the Fall Ewe Lambs. First and final call, Shropshire winner Ewe Lambs. First and final call. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring, your Poll Dorset Fall Ram Lamb. First place, Abby Isler on WD Dorset's 1375 a Prospect. Second place, Avery Landon on Myers 9465 of Marion. And in third place, Harper Carey on OTH Farms 560 of Richwood. Now in the ring are your Poll Dorset winner Ram Lamb class. First and final call, Poll Dorset Spring Ram Lambs.
Another high-quality class. We're going to start with a pair of ewe lambs. I think are pretty similar in their design. I think the difference is maybe shape that the lamb that wins this class has, particularly in the stifle and lower leg. Both of them are big, wide-topped ewes, and they still are not coarse. They're good in their shoulders. They've got some extension up through the front end. They've got some length of body. Maybe the second one is a touch longer than the first one, but I think that the first one is just maybe a bit more balanced in terms of design and muscle to beat out the second place. But two really, really nice ewes. The big volume ewe here is the ewe in third. She for sure has some rib and has some spring and depth. And of course capacity. She's probably not as refined in the shoulder. She gets to be a little bolder up on the top of her shoulder, and I'd like to maybe change that a little bit. But as I was thinking when I was trying to place this class, if you're looking for a brood ewe, this ewe looks like a brood ewe. And not all brood ewes are show ewes. Not all show ewes are brood ewes. I'd rather have a brood ewe that maybe stands third in her class because of some of the characteristics that's going to make her a good mother and be able to carry twins and milk and still maintain body condition. Really nice ewe from that standpoint. The ewe in third place, ewe that just gives up a little bit in terms of size and dimension to the other three ewes that stand above her. I think from a pattern standpoint, she's really nice. She just isn't going to have the width to compete with the three ewes that win this class. And then the fifth place shoe in this class, again, just a little bit lacking in terms of dimension. Has some good things about her. Very good class, top to bottom. Congratulations to all of you.
Results from your Shropshire Class 8 Fall Ewe Lambs. First place goes to Kennedy Algire on Bryant 24-163 of Fredericktown. Second place goes to Kennedy Algire on Bryant 24-177 of Fredericktown. Third place, Michaela Hodenshield on BWB Farms 24-67 of Kenton. Fourth place, Kinley Tenney on City Limit 24-117 of Greenville. And in fifth place, Allie Wolford on 24-65. At this time in the East Ring, entering the ring will be your Shropshire winner ewe lambs. All first and second place pulled Dorset Rams, please be in the makeup area.
super neat class over here on our slick side, and I think I would rival to say this is one of the better classes of slick bucks I've judged. I've been around and judged quite a few of these things, and I just think these two on top are extra special. I think they're a little different in terms of their type and their kind, but I think there's some decisions that have to be made, and I guess I'll describe them how I see them and how I like them. Young man sheep that I go ahead and start with is a rib, longer bodied. That's the freshest skin one. That's the freshest handling one that we have in the class. And I think amongst those two, one that's the trimmest in terms of his condition, one that gives us an uphill look, one that is extremely big and fresh about his rack. He's maybe not as quite as big pinned or as big-legged as that one is directly behind him, but I think his extra show ring presence, the way that one runs uphill, I think it gives him a slight advantage, I guess, for me today. The sheep in second, I love that sheep when she gets that one propped up, one that's extra big at the ground. I think that's a bigger footed sheep as well as one that has more leg wool. I think that sheep is bigger up high, maybe not quite as wide in terms of down low, and I think that's competitively speaking amongst the two. But I think that sheep's high quality, not quite as shapely up top, one that gives us a good look and runs uphill. I think just a high quality pair to start with a little bit different build. Sheep in three, I think when that one came in is one that hit me pretty good. That's probably the best handling sheep of the class, one that has got a ton of rack shape in that one that's big and flat in terms of his loin. He gets a little frailer featured at the ground than those two do directly ahead of him, but I think one that slides into third for me pretty handily. I think that sheep's neat, and I think bred to the right kind of females. I think that one's got a bright future. Super muscular sheep in four. I like that top side of that one's skeleton quite a bit. That one's probably as big and as wild racked as any of them that we've had ahead of them. One that maybe reads just a notch flatter in terms of his body shape and his rib design, but I think one that as you handle that one, I mean, there's some value in that one too. That one's big hipped, extremely shapely racked, one that's good at the ground. I think just a high quality one. And we go ahead and conclude with a pair here. I think they're both extremely neat, a little bit different in terms of their type and their kind, a little more practical kind of sheep than five, one that's a little longer bodied and have some shape. And the sheep we go ahead and conclude with is a little more muscular, a little shorter flank to flank for me. I think a high quality pair. Congratulations on an extremely deep class.
Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring. Paul Dorsett, winner Ram Lambs. First place, Brett Martin on Martin 25016 of Attica. Second place, Allie Boyd on Obsession Show Stock 5596 of Latonia. Third place, Chloe Lake on Lake Farm 25111 of Cambridge. Fourth place, Eric Taylor on W.D. Dorsett's 1415 at Jeffersonville. And fifth place, Ben Isler on Isler 2504 of Prospect. Now entering the ring are the Paul Dorsett champion Ram Drive.
And this Shropshire ewe lamb class, really an excellent class again. A lot of depth in here. We have some really good lambs that are out of the top five. I think the lambs that I've got, for me, have kind of the combination of what I like to see, and that's they've got some grow to them. They're structurally correct. They've got some muscle. They've got some balance. They've got that show look, most of them. So the ewe that we start, I guess, kind of is indicative of that. Really an attractive ewe on the side. When you get your hands on her, she's probably the widest topped, widest hipped, more shapely lamb in this class, but yet she still has some grow to her. So really kind of an easy class winner. Then after that, we have to get some ewes that are similar in the type, and I think the second place ewe is similar. Not as big, maybe not even as long, but when you get on top of that lamb's got some width and some shape and some expression of muscling in the top, and it carries out with a nice full rump and a lower leg. Just a really nice ewe there to be in second place. Third place ewe, very similar in terms of has some look to her, probably doesn't have quite as much dimension as the second place lamb, but certainly when you're looking at things that you'd like to have, that you has some extension through the front, level out through the hip, has some shape, good on her feet and legs. Just a nice shoe there to go into third. Our fourth place and actually our fourth and fifth place are pretty similar. I think the difference between the two is maybe shape on the fourth place, but I think they look very similar in terms of their front end design, length of body, feet and legs. I think this one has just a tick more muscle shape than the lamb that's in fifth place, but really a nice class. Congratulations to all of you. Good job. Good job.
Results from your Shropshire Winter Ewe class. First place goes to Bree Moeller of Orient. Second place goes to Kinley Tenney on Sergeant Shires 2501 of Greenville. Third place goes to Natalie Eskridge on Eskridge 2509 of Wheelersburg. Fourth place, Kennedy Algier on Bryant 25019 of Fredericktown. And in fifth place, Abby Isler on Isler 2506 of Prospect. Now entering the ring for your Shropshire show is going to be your Shropshire Spring Ewe Lambs.
We come out and select our champion slick-sheared Dorset here in this division. Or I guess they're all five are slick, but I think there's five outstanding individuals. I think there's three of them that are maybe in heavy contention, and I guess as we forward to that, there's one of them that I guess hits me pretty good today. I'm gonna go find your champion and re-rack them and sort again for reserve. But if we could, let's give him a big round of applause.
Your champion, Pole Dorset Ram, goes to Brett Martin of Attica, Ohio. Your champion, Pole Dorset Ram banner was sponsored by Belmar Farms in memory of Mark Bell and presented by the Bell family. And your reserve champion, Pole Dorset Ram, goes to Allie Boyd of Latonia, Ohio. And your reserve champion, Pole Dorset Ram banner was sponsored by Ample Amenity Farms and represented by Caitlin Coleman, the Ohio Dorset Association ambassador. Final call, Pole Dorset Yearling Ewes. Final call, Pole Dorset Yearling Ewes. Ringside Live is with us today, live streaming the Ohio State Fair Breeding Sheep Junior shows. And we would like to take time to thank all the sponsors to make that possible, to have Ringside Live here, and people are able to watch that either around the state, around the country. Those sponsors are Ohio Southdown Association, Ohio Hampshire Association, Ohio Dorset Association, Hilltop, Showstock, ALAM Livestock, Forsey Southdowns, Fowler Southdowns, Diamond S Southdowns, Alpha and Omega Genetics, Ohio Suffolk Association, Ohio Katahdin Breeders Association, Martin Welding and Fabrication, Martin Livestock, Marilyn and Greg Fogel and family, Dorsets and Daylilies, Nichols Sheep Farm, Wolf Brothers, Rivenoak Livestock, Hershey Cropland, Patterson Fruit Farm and Root Horn Dorset, T.H. Wallace Farms, Ohio Cordale Association, Dark Kirkpatrick, Backwoods Farms, and Buckshot Farms. Thank you for those sponsors. And if anyone has a family that would like to view the shows online, go to ringsidelive.co. All first and second place Shropshire ewes, please be in the makeup area.
Really excellent class of ewe lambs. Quite a few things that you can look at and decide on. I'm going to use a lamb. For me, she probably is the most complete sheep when you really start analyzing them. I think from a length of body standpoint, from a front end design standpoint, she's good on her feet and legs, level out through her hip. When you really start analyzing her muscle shape, and she appears to be pretty youthful in terms of her age, so I'm assuming that there's going to be some more development take place over time. I just think that for me, as a young kind of a prospect ewe, I like a lot of things about that ewe, and that's why she's going to stand there in first. I think the performance ewe is this ewe that's in second, or one of the performance ewes, I should say. She's got some width and dimension. She's good on her feet and legs. Maybe a little shorter in terms of body design, but I think there's certainly a lot of really good things about that ewe. I used her over the third place ewe because I think she has a little bit more muscle shape and maybe a little more structural correctness when it comes to her hip design. But she's really a nice ewe. The biggest ewe is this ewe that's in third place, and she certainly stands out in this class as being that. She probably, for her size and the stage of maturity compared to the rest of the lambs in here, I'd like to maybe see her just a little heavier muscled. It's not like she's light muscled, but I think from a balance standpoint, that certainly would have helped that ewe in this class. But a really nice ewe there in third. Our fourth place ewe, just a super design kind of a ewe. She's really good out through her hip. She's got some width at in the pins, carries down pretty good on her leg. She probably doesn't have as much depth of twist as the lamb that wins this class, but I think she's really a good design sheep there in fourth. And our fifth place lamb, guys, from a profile standpoint, she's as attractive as any of the lambs in here. She's got some front end extension. She's good on her feet. She just is a tick less from a muscling standpoint, particularly when you view her from the rear, but just a super nice ewe lamb there in fifth. Congratulations to all.
Final call, Polled Dorset's Fall Ewe Lambs. Final call, Polled Dorset, Fall Ewe Lambs. Results from your Shropshire Show Class 10 Spring Ewe Lambs. First place, Kennedy Algier on Bryant 25044 Fredericktown. Second place, Kinley Tenney on Sargent Shires 2503 of Greenville. Third place, Kenny Tenley on City Limits 25086 of Greenville. In fourth place, Natalie Estridge on Estridge 25086 of Wheelersburg. And in fifth place, Chloe Lake on Lake 1002 of Cambridge.
Another incredible class here on the Dorset side, and I think these top two got some change to them, I guess, if you will. The one that I preferred to start with is Young Man Sheep there, one that has got an incredible handle. When you get that one set, I think that one runs uphill. One that is crazy racked and has a great market lamb type of handle, I guess, if you will, but still maintains some femininity in terms of up front, has some circumference to her rib cage. She's good at the ground, and I think gives us a silhouette that I guess this judge digs. I like that one quite a bit. Sheep in second, I like the extra frame size that one brings to the table. One that's maybe just a skosh rounder in terms of her body than our class winner. She's not quite as slick up front, but I think that one's big hip, good looking. One that's sound at the ground, extra big in terms of her feature. I think that's a high quality one to boot. And not too far behind is this 1 and 3. I like parts of this one better. I felt like this one was just a shot shy out of the backside of her shoulder in comparison to those top two. But I think one that's a round-bodied one that has some swoop to her flank. She's good up front, and I think just high-quality ones to go. A sheep in 3 is one that I love that sheep from a breeding perspective. I think as we go to make market lambs, I think this one's a little more in that realm. I think in today for this particular ring, she gets just a scotch more moderate for me. That's why she ended up 4th. But I think her skeleton, top side of her back, is extremely big. She's bold and square, and I like that one a great deal. And we go ahead and conclude our top 5 with one that's maybe on the other side of the spectrum. She's one that's up and out in terms of her look, and I like that about her. She's probably a shot green in comparison to those 4 directly ahead of her, and I think that's okay. She's extra shapely up high. She's not quite as wide sprung, and you view that one directly from behind, but I think that one gives us a silhouette that's extremely high quality. If we could take just a little bit of color off that one, I think we can get that one up a spot or 2. High quality class, we could talk 6 or 7 or 8 of those, and I think they're very, very good. Congratulations.
Currently in the East Ring, they're showing for it's your Shropshire champion, U Drive. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring. First place goes to Caden Lake on Silversmith 24101 of Norwich. Second place goes to Eric Taylor on WD Dorset's 1362 of Jeffersonville. Third place, Abby Isler on WD Dorset's 1365 of Prospect. In fourth place, Allie Boyd on Obsession Showstock 4309 of Latonia. And in fifth place, Allison Poling on WD 1370 of Richwood.
Well, this certainly has been a high-quality Shropshire show, and I expected that. When I was told I was going to be judging the Shrops, I expected to have a lot of depth, and that was the case. I think that, you know, a lot of these meat breeds are in somewhat of a transition, particularly with the influence of weather genetics, and we've gotten quite a bit more muscle into some of these sheep, and I think that's fine. I sometimes question how much muscle is enough and how much is too much, but at this point in time, I think the train is going down the track for more muscle, and I think you have to have balance along with that. You have to have structure along with that. In a show, you need to have something that's attractive, and quite honestly, I think that all 8 of these ewes out here for the Grand Drive have those components. It really comes down to just a few little things, and I think that the champion is not as close as maybe you think it is. The reserve is the same situation. So with that being said, I'll go out and shake the hand of the champion and the reserve Shrop.
Your champion, Shropshire U, goes to Kennedy Algier of Fredericktown. The champion Shropshire U banner is sponsored by Isler Shropshires and presented to you by Katie Isler. And your reserve champion, Shropshire U, goes to Bree Moeller of Orient. Your reserve champion Shropshire U banner is sponsored by Ronald Evans and Sons, and it was presented to you by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool Ambassador. Now entering the East Ring is going to be your Shropshire Flock. First call, Tunis, Yearling Rams. First call, Tunis, Yearling Rams. Final call, Poll Dorset's winner, you lamb. Final call, Poll Dorset winner, you lambs.
super neat class as we're here on the Dorset ring, and I think there's some variation amongst the slick ones, and we get a fitted one in there as well, and I think that's okay. I think there's room for everybody in this particular breed, and as long as we continue to work together, I think we sort through these things. The sheep that we chose to start with is one that's the most muscular one that's around us in terms of her body, and I think when we get that one stopped and set up is one that wins this in a smoke. I think as we ask that one to go, obviously she's not wanting to win Missed Congeniality today, but when that one does go, I think that's also the soundest one of the top three. I think that one's extreme in terms of her handle and maybe pushing it in terms of muscularity. I think that's the one I like to go ahead and win this particular class. The one in second's the one that's the most like her, one that's big and rugged and maybe just a shot more burly in terms of her rib cage. She's not quite as sound at the ground. She's got a little more flex in terms of her hock than what that one does directly ahead of her, but that's a muscular one that gives us some length of body. One that when we get that one stuck is a rib longer body than our class winner and just gives us an extreme look. I think both those sheep are very expressively muscled and very neat in terms of their look. The sheep in three is one that comes obviously out of a different look in a different division. I love that sheep in terms of her look from the outside in. From that one's hip forward, she's impeccable in terms of this particular class. We asked that one to go. She wants to knuckle up a little bit on that rear foot. One that if I could just get her to flex and go, we'd get her into second and then push our class winner, even though they maybe don't look quite the same. The sheep in four, another big rugged slick sheared dew. I love the rack shape and the top shape of that one. I need to slim that one down ever so slightly for me. She's pushing a little bit more condition. Like to fix her on that rear pasturing a little bit, but I think a high quality one to go into four. And then the sheep that we concluded our top five with is one that is maybe at a shot disadvantage today in terms of just mass. One that gives us a good look from the outside in. I appreciate her profile and her look. She's not quite as opened up as those are directly ahead of them, but I think a neat one to go. Congratulations, high quality class from top to bottom.
Results from your Shropshire Show, Class 13, Flock. First place goes to Kennedy Algier. Second place, Kinley Tenney. Third place, Troy Weber. Also, for your Shropshire results, for your young flock, displaying the best breed character is going to go to Kennedy Algier. The Ohio Shropshire Breeders Association will award $250 to the flock judged to have the best Shropshire breed character. Congratulations to Kennedy Algier. Shropshire flock class, you are now released. Thank you. Final call, Tunis, Yearling Rams. Final call, Tunis, Yearling Rams. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau lead ring. From your Polled Dorset Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to Derek Coleman on Coleman Club Lambs 24117 of Lakeville. Second place goes to Derek Coleman on Coleman Club Lambs 24120 of Lakeville. Third place, Addison Inbody on NSF 2436 of Bluffton. Fourth place, Ben Isler on Isler 2403 of Prospect. And in fifth place, Elizabeth Paragowitz on BEC Club Lambs 2502 of Lisbon. First call, Dorset. Polled Dorset, Spring Ewe Lambs. First call, Polled Dorset, Spring Ewe Lambs. Now entering the East Ring, it'll be your Tunis Yearling Rams. First and final call, Tunis Fall Ram Lambs. First and final call, Tunis Fall Ram Lambs. First and final call, Tunis Winter Ram Lambs. First and final call, Tunis Winter Ram Lambs.
Well, in the Tunis show, we've just got one ram in this class. And I think you can see he's a high-quality ram. I think he could stand additional competition today. And I guess we'll see him back in the championship drive. Congratulations.
Results from the East Ring, Tunis, Class 2, Fall Ram Lamb. First place goes to Elias Henry on CNT 2385 of Zanesfield. Now entering the ring will be the Tunis Winter Ram Lambs. Final call, Polled Dorset, Spring Ram Lambs. Final call, Polled Dorset, Spring Ram Lambs. Ewe Lambs. Final call, Spring Ewe Lambs.
Well, in this Tunis Winter Lamb class, we're going to start with the ram. I think that has a little more body length. Get behind him. He's got a little more shape to him. From a feet and leg standpoint, I think he's certainly adequate. Just kind of stands out here in this class as being one that's kind of a combined, got some muscling, got some frame growth and structure. The ram in second place, I think, kind of follows him in that vein. He's actually a little better topped than the ram that wins. I'd like to maybe change him in terms of his hide type, but and maybe make him a little darker. But I think he's got a quality about that ram. He's got some thickness. He's got some shape. So he'll be in second. Our big lamb here is the lamb in third, and I think he certainly has some growth. He's quite a bit growthier than the other two, and I like that about him. He's got some length of body. Just give him a little bit more muscle, and I think he'll compete with the ram that wins this class. Good job. Congratulations to all of you.
Super competitive deal over here in our Dorset side, and I think these top 3 or 4 in this class got some different parts and pieces. The one that's the most correctly balanced today is the young lady's sheep I chose to start with. That one handles good, one that's still good in terms of the base of its chest, one that's good and runs uphill and I think has some muscle and just has the least faults. One that gives us a good look from the outside, is very muscular and just a neat sheep. The sheep in 2 is one that maybe rivals that sheep in terms of running uphill, one that's a shot bigger in terms of his type and her kind. She's not quite as muscular in terms from hooks to pins. I think that's okay. She's not one that is lacking muscle. I just like to peel just a little bit of that black off her hooves to get her up around that one directly ahead of her, but I think a high quality pair that both have some interchanging parts. The sheep in 3, I think, is one that gives us a great look from the side. She's great in terms of her basic build. She's soupy in terms of her flank, and I like that about her a great deal. With that comes she's just a little more bland on the top side of her skeleton. She doesn't open up with quite as much shape as those top 2, but I think one that's ultra neat in terms of her look. She's good in terms of her breed character. I think just a high quality one to go into 3. Outlier, I guess, is in 4, one that has some different big ring pieces that gets me excited. I don't think she's quite ready today to win this deal, but I think with that added femininity up front, one that's just jerk neck, she's neat in terms of her blade design, and one that as she continues to smooth out and I think put on fat, she's going to do it at a bigger weight and be able to compete in a bigger ring. I think her future looks bright. She's just not quite there today to win. And the sheep we go ahead and conclude our top 5 with is one that, again, probably handles as good as any. She's super crisp in terms of her shape down her top. She's not quite as wide and bold in terms of her rib cage is what those are directly ahead of her, but I think an ultra neat one. And we'll go ahead and talk about that one in 6th. I like that one a great deal. I think that's one that maybe gets a little bit outmanned in this particular class. I think maybe runs into some older sheep, if you will, or more mature. I think the future looks bright in that one. That one reads young to me. She sounds young as we get her around the ring. I tried to work her into the top 5. I think she just runs out of gas a little bit. But as we continue to feed on that one, that's one of my favorites in this particular class.
Results from the East Ring. Your Tunis Class 3 winner, Ram Lamb, first place goes to Margot Johnson on Rivenoak 2511 of Worcester. Second place, Mallory Johnson on Rivenoak 2512 of Worcester. Third place, Jonas Watkins on Shady Brook 200 of Dayton. Now entering the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring is your Poll Dorset Spring ewe lambs. Results from your Poll Dorset Class 9 winner ewe lamb class. First place, Julian Ball on row 2507 of Danville. Second place goes to Tate Stevens on Holmes 2565 of Norwalk. Third place, Eric Taylor on WD Dorset's 1414 of Jeffersonville. In fourth place, Brett Martin on Martin 25011 of Attica. And in fifth place, Chloe Lake on Lake Farm 25306 of Cambridge.
This is a nice class of Tunis buck lambs. We have a couple that are fitted, and the other ones are slicked out. So there's a little difference in terms of what you see and what you're trying to handle for. I think the lamb for me that wins this class is this lamb here that's the fitted lamb. The bigger of the two fitted lambs. I think when you get your hands on him, he's pretty good down his top. He's pretty good in the hip. He's certainly got some grow to him. When he moves out pretty well. So he kind of fits into that number one hole pretty easily. And then you would go to a lamb that I think of the slick-sheared lambs. This lamb exhibits a little bit more muscling. He's pretty good down his top. He's pretty good in the hip. He moves out. He's certainly acceptable from a structural standpoint. So he fits into that second hole pretty well. The other fitted lamb here, and I think that in this case the fitting may give that lamb a little bit more of an eye appeal than if it wasn't fitted. Has a pretty good top in him. Probably not as good in the hip as the other fitted ram that wins this class. There isn't as much to him in terms of mass and muscle as compared to the two ahead of him. But still a nice design kind of a lamb to go there in third. Then we got a lamb that's got some frame to him, some grow, length of body's good. I'd like to just have a little bit more muscle shape in that ram, as well as the fifth place ram, to be able to compete with some of the lambs a little higher.
Results from your East Ring out of the Tunis Show Class 4 Spring Ram Lamb class. First place, Catherine McKenzie on Shady Brook 203 of Lewisburg. Second place, Kate Joseph on Creekside Tunis 2511 of Columbus. Third place, Jonas Watkins on Shady Brook 207 of Dayton. Fourth place, Avery Landon on Mum 2527 of Marion. And fifth place, Kaylee O'Neill on Creekside Tunis 2507 of Columbus. Now entering the East Ring is your Tunis Champion Ram Drive.
I think a class that maybe came together a little simpler for me this time. Our class winner is one that's just the most correctly balanced. You get your hands on that one that sure doesn't disappoint you. But I think more importantly from the outside in, that one reads good up through his front end, one that's extremely neat in terms of her neck. And I think she outmasses the one that's directly behind her. I think those are the two good-looking show ewes of the group. I think our class winner has just a shot more to her. Sheep in second. I love that one up front. I love the design. I love the way that young lady presents that sheep. She knows her good points. She shows it off. That one straight as a string down her top. She probably handles just a scotch fresher than our class winner. If we could add just a shot more rear muscle to that one, I think she gives our class winner all she wants. High quality one to go into 2. Super bold and stout one that we go into 3. I love that one's rib cage and just terminal look. I guess maybe pushing the envelope a little bit. I'd like to change her down low a little bit, take a little bit of that color off of her feet for a breeding class, but I think one that's round-bodied, extra muscular, has some shape up high. I think a neat one to go. A young one that we go ahead and stick into 4th. I love the freshness and look that one brings to the table. With that one comes some deficiencies in terms of muscle in comparison to those 3 ahead of them. I think the future's bright. That one straight as a string down her top, has some look from the side, is angular in terms of her shoulder, and will continue to feed for that young person. And then just a good basic build one there in 5. I think one that's round in terms of her body. She's one that's got some muscularity. She's got some stoutness and structure. Just one that no real holes in, just not a wow factor to get around those 4 ahead of them. Congratulations on a nice set.
Well, we got 5 nice rams out here for the Champion Tunis Drive. I think that the competition has been good, even though the numbers have been kind of small on the ram show. I think that, again, what we're looking for is something that kind of combines productivity and at least those traits that would help with productivity. So we're looking at capacity and structural correctness, as well as muscling. And in most cases, the Tunis are not going to be real heavy muscled, but we'd like to have as much in the breed as we can within the genetic limitations that we have with that breed. So I think that the Champion Ram for me is pretty straightforward. I think it's a little closer for the reserve, so I'll go out and congratulate the winners.
Your results from the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring: Paul Dorsett, Class 10, Spring U Lambs, first place. Madeline Kovacs on McCurdy Club Lambs, 25043 of Fulton. Second place, Taylor Workman on row 0621 of Springfield. Third place, Allie Boyd on Obsession Showstock 5608 of Latonia. Fourth place, Chloe Lake on Lake Farm 25271 of Cambridge. And in fifth place, Tate Stevens on Stevens TS 2472 of Norwalk. Results from your East Ring. Out of the Tuna Show, your champion ram goes to Elias Henry. The Champion Tunis Ram banner was sponsored by Martin Welding and Fabrication and presented by Matt Martin. Your reserve champion Tunis Ram goes to Margot Johnson. The reserve champion Tunis Ram banner was sponsored by the Ohio Tunis Sheep Association and presented by Russ Johnson. Now entering the East Ring are your Tunis yearling ewes. Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring, they're showing for Paul Dorsett champion ewes.
Well, I think we've had an outstanding Dorset division, and obviously there's some different shapes and sizes out here, and I think that's okay. I think as we get into many breeds, we can take some different pieces and mix and match and try to make one better. And I think that is some things that make this breed neat. And I think as we transition and make these things what we want to do, I think there's some things we need to watch out for. I think obviously it's harder to make a big one that has mass and muscle, and it's easy to make a small one that has mass and muscle. And I think that's something we need to be prepared for and try to look ahead and try to, as we try to make outliers, we need to watch that. And I think, for me, there's a champion out here that goes ahead and combines a lot of things. And I think for reserve, it's kind of an open-ended race. I'll pick your champion, come out and reevaluate them. But just talking about the 3 or 4 that are in contention, I think our ewe lamb out of our first class is stout and powerful and wide, and I think just incredible bold in terms of her look. She's probably pushing the envelope in terms of size, and I think that's okay for this particular ring. If you call that out and question it, I sure don't disagree. The sheephead directly behind that one is one that I like a great deal when you get your hands on her. She's one that's very shapely. She's very neat in terms of her handle. She's very muscular in terms of her look. As we talked in class, got a little bit of color down low. I'd sure like to peel that off, but I think one that gives us a very, very muscular look. And then our very youthful ewe lamb that comes out of a class that I think she pretty well handled in terms of just her basic build and her look. I think she's one that's dynamite in terms of her look, and as we carry on, I think the future looks bright. That one reads like she's going to have some size and some shape. So I think definitely some of those are definitely in contention for reserve, but for me, our yearling ewe is going to be champion. I think she's a baddie today.
Your grand champion, Pold Dorset ewe, goes to Caden Lake of Norwich, Ohio. Your champion, Pold Dorset ewe banner, is sponsored by Indian Summer Farm, Roger and Holly High, and presented to you by Roger and Holly. Also, the champion ewe banner was in memory of Adam Renner High. Your reserve champion, Pold Dorset ewe, goes to Madeline Kovacs of Fulton. Your reserve champion, Pold Dorset ewe banner, was sponsored by Belmar Farms and represented by the Bell family. Following the pictures of the champion Pold Dorset ewes, next class to enter the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring will be the Pold Dorset flock. Final call. Tunis, Fall Ewe Lambs. Final call. Results from the Nationwide Farm Bureau ring in your Paul Dorsett show. First place for flock goes to Allie Boyd of Latonia. Second place goes to Chloe Lake of Cambridge. And third place goes to Eric Taylor of Jeffersonville. Next in the ring for the Paul Dorsett show will be Best Headed Ram. And then following that will be Best Headed Ewe.
This was a very nice class of yearling ewes for the Tunis. We got a couple of fitted ewes up here in the top end, and I think that they probably would have been nearly as competitive had they been slicked out. They're really good bodied. Underneath that wool, when you go to handle them, they've got some width of top. They're really pretty good down their top. I think in this particular case that having the wool on and being fitted makes them a bit more attractive than some of the slick sheared ewes in this class, but I think that they are really high quality underneath that wool as well. The difference between the two is fairly minimal. The bigger ewe here is really straight down her top. She's got some width. For me, she's just a tick longer in terms of her hind saddle length. Neither one of them are bad from a length standpoint. I just think this ewe here probably is just a tick longer than the ewe that is in second. The ewe that's in second is really kind of a stout made kind of a ewe, high quality through and through. She's good on her feet and legs. She's good down her top. She's got some thickness. Just a really nice ewe to fit in behind the first place ewe. Congratulations on that. Then we got three really nice ewes. And they're all slicked. There's some condition on all of these ewes, some of them more than others, and I think that condition may contribute to how they look in terms of their front ends, but they're really, really pretty structurally correct. And for a Tunis, it's difficult because they're what's referred to as a fat tail sheep, and so some of these still have that fat tail, and it takes away a little bit on a slick sheared. You have to kind of overlook that because that's part of their genetic makeup, but I think these three are very nice. The one that we're going to use here in third place for me is just a little bit more of a combination ewe. She isn't carrying as much condition as the ewe that's in fourth. I think she's a little better in the shoulder as a result of that. I think she has some muscling and some shape. I like that, and she's really, really correct down her top and on her feet and legs. So she kind of fits in there in third place without a whole lot of argument. The ewe in fourth place is a ewe that, gosh, you like her from the profile. She's really level out through the hip. She doesn't break much behind her shoulder. Again, she's carrying a bit more condition, and when you get on top of her, it makes her shoulder look like it's a little more coarse than what you would like to have. But I think that's an awful nice ewe there in fourth. Fifth place ewe follows that. Maybe doesn't have quite as much shape as the two ewes that placed above her, but I think a high quality yearling ewe in slick form. So congratulations to all of you. Nice class.
Results from the East Ring in your Tunis Show Class 7 yearling ewes. First place, Garrett Sachs on Jet 2438 of Greenville. Second place, Jonas Watkins on Shady Brook 180 of Dayton. Third place, Avery Landon on S&T 2343 of Marion. Fourth place, Cade Joseph on Shady Brook 0189 of Columbus. And in fifth place, Bentley Sullivan on S&T 2362 of West Liberty. Now entering the ring, Tunis Fall Ewe Lambs. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau ring. Your Polled Dorset Best Headed Ram goes to Allie Boyd. The Polled Dorset Best Headed Ram sponsorship is in honor of Larry and Ruth Inbody, donated by ALAM Livestock. And your Polled Dorset Best Headed Ewe goes to Caden Lake. The Best Headed Polled Dorset Ewe award is sponsored in honor of the Jim Saylor family, donated by the Martin family. Final call, Dorset Advantage, Yearling Rams. Final call, Dorset Advantage, Yearling Rams.
Well, this fall ewe lamb class, and there's only 2 of them, but they are really high quality. Slick sheared, so you see what you get. I think that they're very similar in terms of their overall conformation. They move around the ring very similarly as well. I think the biggest difference between the 2, and I realize that everybody can see that the ewe in first is just simply a larger sheep, but that's not it. When you get your hands on her, there's just more to her. She's wider down her top. She's got more width of loin, just more to her today. That doesn't mean that this ewe in second place next year as a yearling won't be just as thick and have just as much dimension. But right now, today, this ewe here excels in terms of overall width of skeleton. So she'll be our first one. I still like this second place ewe lamb. A lot of high quality things about her. Congratulations to both of you. Good job. Yeah. Good job.
Final call, Dorset Advantage, winner Ram Lambs. Final call, Dorset Advantage, winner Ram Lambs. Results from your East Ring out of your Tunis Show. Class 8, Fall Ewe Lambs. First place, Avery Landon on S&T 2374 of Marion. Second place, Avery Brown on S&T 2381 of Urbana. Now entering the ring, Tunis winner Ewe Lambs.
Three nice ewe lambs in here. One of them is fitted. The other two are slick, so it's a little different if you're on the sidelines looking at this. But the ewe lamb that I'm going to use for me is just a little more three-dimensional than the ewe that's in second place. I think the ewe in second place has some quality characteristics. She's really pretty attractive from the side view. But when you get your hands on her, she's a little narrower than the ewe that wins this class. The ewe that finishes up the class here, really there's quite a bit to that ewe when you get to handling her top. She's got some width. Where I'd fault that ewe is in her shoulders. When she gets on the move, her front end is kind of independent of the rest of her. She kind of moves a little less fluid. She's opened up in the shoulder blade, and I think that's part of the reason why she isn't quite as good on the move. But she's got a lot of dimension to her, and I like that about her. So nice class. Congratulations.
Results from your Tunis show. Class 9, winner ewe lambs, first place, Kaylee O'Neill on Woolly Hollow, 538 of Columbus. Second goes to Catherine McKenzie on Shady Brook 201 of Lewisburg. Third place, Avery Landon on MJM Farms, 2508 of Marion. Now entering the ring, Tunis Spring Ewe Lambs. Final call, Dorset Advantage, winner Ram Lambs. Final call.
I think a challenging class with some different parts and pieces, and I think our class winner is just the soundest buck that we have out here. One that when he wants to get up and go, I think he's the tallest shouldered one that brings this much to the table. He handles good down his top, and I especially like him in terms of his rear hock. The sheep in second, it was my initial class winner, I guess, in terms of just shape up high. That one's extremely big in his hip. He's extremely big butted. We asked that one to go. He just has a little extra set to his hock, and for me, I guess that's a thing that I prefer the sheep that we started with more. I love that sheep standing still when you get behind that one. That one's the most impressive of the three. I think that one's got a place. I'd just like to straighten that one just ever so slightly. And then the sheep we go ahead and get in third. Another big masculine one that is extra shapely up high. I'd just like to peel a little bit of condition off that one to get him up any higher for me today. Congratulations, high quality trio.
Results from your Dorset Advantage Class 3 winner Ram Lambs, first place, Tate Stevens on Stevens TS 2464 Norwalk. Second place, Natalie Eskridge on Stoner Show Lambs 25,004 of Wheelersburg. And third place, Arleanne Eskridge on Eskridge 25033 of Wheelersburg.
Single entry, I think one that as we get that one stopped and posed gives us a look that we like, one that's extra shapely, extra muscular, one that runs uphill when we get him stuck. I think one that for me in an ideal scenario, we just like to tighten him up in terms of his blade. He's wanting to push a little bit down low, but I think that one's extra big-footed, one that's extra muscular and has some shape up high. We'll get him back out here and see how he rolls for champion.
Results from your Dorset Advantage Class 4 Spring Ram Lambs. First place, Gabriella Izzo of Izzo Livestock, 2524 of Medina. Currently in the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring is your Dorset Advantage Champion Ram Drive.
I think it gets ultra competitive out here in these two class winners. I think they're a little different in terms of their type and their kind, and I think there's some different pieces to each and every one of them that can kind of get you excited. The fall buck that we bring out, it's just big, stout, and bold. He's extra good at the ground, and I think one that when he stops and just wants to give us a look, I think maybe give us a shot better silhouette. He wants to duck out ever so slightly and give us a little look that we maybe don't appreciate as much. Young lady brings us one that she does a great job of driving that one. As we ask that one to go and put that one into motion, he's one that wants to drop his chest ever so slightly. I think it's competitively close. I'll show you the ones that I like, but if we could, let's give him a big round of applause.
Your champion Dorset Advantage Ram goes to Tate Stevens of Norwalk. The champion Dorset Advantage Ram banner is donated by Coleman Club Lambs and represented by Adam and Caitlin Coleman. Your reserve champion Dorset Advantage Ram goes to Gabriella Izzo of Medina. Your reserve champion Dorset Advantage Ram banner is donated by Coleman Club Lambs, represented by Adam and Caitlin Coleman.
Well, this is a very interesting class to evaluate. We've got a couple fitted in the top 5, and then we've got the slick sheared. This lamb that we're going to use, and I have to try to, as I evaluate the fitted versus the slick sheared, try to at least handle through some of that wool in terms of how much thickness is there, how much muscle expression is in the top. And this lamb here is the best lamb in the class from that standpoint. As you can all see, because it doesn't have wool, it's very straight down its top, pretty level through the hip. But when you get your hands on it, that lamb is the widest loined, most expressively muscled lamb in the class. Now the lamb in second place probably is just a tick bigger framed, but just doesn't have quite the muscle width and thickness down the top that we have in that lamb that wins this class. But certainly an attractive lamb when she gets it set up from the side and handles with some length, just not quite enough there to compete with the lamb that wins the class. The same thing might be said for the lamb in third place. That lamb is a little shorter bodied, probably from a width standpoint, is probably about as wide as the lamb that wins, but a little shorter and maybe not as expressively muscled, particularly through the shoulder or rack area and back. But a really nice lamb there to be in third place. I really like these two ewes that are in fourth and fifth. I think the biggest issue with those is that comparatively speaking, I'd like to give them a little bit more expression of muscling through the center portion of their legs and give them a little bit more shape down their top. They're carrying a little more condition than the first place lamb and handle as such. But a very nice class top to bottom. There was some high quality lambs in this class. Congratulations.
Results from your Tunis Class 10 Spring Ewe Lamb lambs. First place goes to Margot Johnson on Rivenoak 2513 of Worcester. Second place, Catherine McKenzie on Shady Brook 204, Lewisburg. Third place, Jonas Watkins on Shady Brook 205 of Dayton. Fourth place, Mallory Johnson on Rivenoak 2514 of Worcester. And in fifth place, Cade Joseph on Creekside Tunis 2509 of Columbus. Now entering the East Ring is your Tunis Champion Ewe Drive. First and final call, Dorset Advantage, Winter Ewe Lambs. First and final call, Dorset Advantage, Winter Ewe Lambs.
Well, this has been a nice show for some of the Tunis breeders. I think that the ones that are out here for the Champion Drive are certainly examples of what a lot of the Tunis should be striving for. Again, we've got some fitted, we've got some slick, so it's a little different in how they look or how they appear from the sidelines, but I've tried to handle through the wool and try to sort out those that were fitted relative to how much muscling and how much shape that they have. And I think that what we have out here are some really high quality sheep, regardless of whether they're fitted or whether they're slicked. I think with that being said, there's a lot of things about a breed like the Tunis that are difficult to change relative to the show ring. I mean, when we look at a Tunis that where they originated from was not a show ring type of a setting. So they were very practical for their particular setting. And so some of the things that we tend to look for in the show ring probably aren't very easy to select for in a breed that really was never selected for that. With that being said, I think we've got some high quality sheep out here. I think I've got a couple in mind to win this show, but I think they all need to be congratulated for bringing out some pretty high quality Tunis. So let's give them a round of applause.
As we get out here in our DA Advantage yearling ewe class, I think we got a big stout yearling ewe that goes ahead and rises to the top. She's one that's big and bold in her cage, and I think her progressions in terms of her chest to flank are good. You get your hands on her, and she's one that sure doesn't disappoint you. She's one this time of year. I think she's extremely big and bold, and I think just a neat sheep to go ahead and win. Sheep in seconds, maybe a notch more terminal in terms of her look. If that's a positive thing for you, I think you can run with this one. She's not quite as big in terms of her kind as what that one is directly ahead of her. She's extra shapely. She's extra fresh. I'd maybe just like to see her just a shot superior in today, but I think that works in her advantage against the sheep that we have in 3. I think this sheep at some point was very, very good. This one is still high quality, big, bold in terms of his cage, one that's dense in terms of her back shape and extremely big, hipped, extra big at the ground. She's just simply too high condition for me today. One that's pushing it up front. She's even pushing some in her neck, and I think that takes away from her today. The sheep in 4, I love this sheep's handle. That one's probably as wild as any that we have. One that's progressions are good from her chest to her hip. She gets progressively wider. She's extremely neat handling. just need a shot more down low in terms of her structure to get around those ewes ahead of her. And we'll go ahead and conclude with a predominantly white ewe that I love the profile. I love the front end design of that one. That one's top side of her shoulder's good. She's extremely shapely racked. She gets outpowered in comparison to those four ahead of her, but I love the profile and look that that one brings to the table. High quality class. Congratulations.
Your champion, Tunis ewe, goes to Garrett Sachs of Greenville, Ohio. And the champion Tunis ewe banner was donated by Creekside Tunis. Your reserve champion Tunis ewe goes to Avery Landon of Marion, Ohio. Your reserve champion Tunis ewe banner is donated by the Ohio Tunis Sheep Association. Next in the ring for the Tunis show will be the flock of Tunis. First call, Monadale Yearling Rams. First call, Monadale Yearling Rams. Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring from your Dorset Advantage Yearling U class. First place, Brady Evans on Martin 24026 at Dover. Second place, Victoria Kovacs on McCurdy Club Lambs 24053 of Fulton. Third place, Nathan Workman on Workman Family 24-60 of Springfield. Fourth place, Elizabeth Baragowitz on WD Dorset's 1335 of Lisbon. And fifth place, Allison Poling on WD 1358 of Richwood. The current class in the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring is your Dorset Advantage winner, ewe lamb class. First call, Dorset Advantage Spring ewe lambs. First call, Dorset Advantage Spring ewe lambs. Final call, Monadale Yearling Rams. Final call. Final call, Dorset Advantage, Spring U Lambs. Final call, Dorset Advantage, Spring U Lambs. Results from the East Ring out of your Tunis show. From Class 13, the Tunis Flock. First place goes to Jonas Watkins of Dayton. Second place, Catherine McKenzie of Lewisburg. Third place, Avery Landon of Marion. Fourth place, Margot Johnson of Worcester. And fifth place, Cade Johnson. Next in the East Ring is going to be your Monadale Yearling Ram class.
Another neat class, I guess, as we get into our DAs. And I think a young lady brings us one that runs uphill. She's super fresh, and I think when you get your hands on her, she's just extremely neat against her contemporaries. Just a real nice sheep to go ahead and start. I don't know if she's got the wowie pieces of maybe one of the other ones, but I think one that's just the most correctly balanced. She's the levelest down her top. She's good on her feet and legs, and I think just a neat place to start. I like the sheep in two. I like it from the outside dimension that one brings to the table. I think she runs uphill for me. We get her on this view. I like her quite a bit. I think in comparison to our class winner, she gets just a smidgen flatter rib. She's one that's not quite as wide and robust in terms of her hip. But I think she's the one that is my second favorite in terms of just running up like a female should. One that has some shape down her top and is extra dense at the ground. I like that one to go too. Sheep in three was my class favorite as we brought him into the ring. I think the longer this one's out here, she wants to get just a shot deeper in terms of her chest for me. That one handles incredible. Good job on the feed bucket on that one. I think as that one it gets into the size and condition or shape that she's in, it didn't get there on purpose. So I think high quality job, and I think that one's presented extremely well. Just like to pick her up in her chest, and it may be maturity taking over. Opposite ends of the spectrum here in four. I think this one's one of the more youthful ones in the class. Ultra green, ultra up and out. One that gets a shot narrower, I guess, in comparison to those three directly ahead of her, probably due to the size advantage that they had in this particular class. I think that one's high end, and as we continue to feed on that one's future looks bright. And the primarily white one that we go ahead and conclude with, maybe not wanting to show for the young people today, but I think you get your hands on that one, you've sure got to appreciate that one. That one's shapely back, big hipped. I think one that's extremely neat to look at. High quality class, once again, congratulations.
Well, this first class of Monadale's a little bit of difference between the two in terms of type and kind, I guess. We're going to go with the buck that I think he's got certainly plenty of size, but he is the more massive of the two. When you get your hands on him, he is really wide topped, really wide hipped. He's pretty good on his feet and legs. If I'm going to change him a little bit, I think his front end gets to be a little wide, but it doesn't seem to affect the way he moves at this point in time. So just a really three-dimensional kind of a ram to start the class with. The tallest ram and possibly the longest ram is the ram in second. But today, for me, just doesn't have as much mass to him. He doesn't handle with as much width of top and certainly not as much muscling to compete with this ram that wins this class. But he's a big, growthy kind of a ram to be in second. Congratulations to both of you.
Results from your Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring. From your Dorset Advantage Class 9 winner, Lambs. First place, Allie Boyd on Treasured View 0175 of Latonia. Second place, Allison Poling on AP 2503 of Richwood. Third place, Brady Evans on Martin 25104 of Dover. Fourth place, Elizabeth Faragowitz on WD Dorset's 1390 of Lisbon. And in fifth place, Tate Stevens on Holmes 2530 of Norwalk. Currently in the ring, your Dorset Advantage Spring Ewe Lambs. Results from the East Ring of your Monadale Class 1 Yearling Rams. First place goes to Lydia Vondenheuvel on Vondenheuvel 2415 of St. Mary's. Second place, Laura Seward on Mailer 2416 of Bolivar. Currently in the ring, your Monadale winner Ram Lambs. Final call, Monadale Spring Ram Lambs. Final call.
We have a couple nice winter ram lambs in the Monadale show. The ram we're going to start with, I think, is the more complete ram. He's not the biggest. He handles with a little more width and dimension. I think he's pretty good out through his dock. He moves fine. I think that he's just a combination sheep that sorts himself up to the top over the second place lamb. Second place lamb, a taller ram, possibly a longer bodied ram, certainly maybe a little bit more extension through the front when you adjust for the shoulder width and the length of neck. Just doesn't have as much to him today. Now he may be a later maturing ram. These are winters, so he is getting some age on him, so he should be maturing. So he may be a little more massive as a yearling buck, but right now he doesn't handle with quite that dimension that we have in the first one. Good job, both of you. High quality. Congratulations.
Results from your Monadale Class 3 winner Ram Lambs. First place, Lydia Vondenheuvel on Triple K 25,009 of St. Mary's. Second place, Laura Seward on Seward 2508 of Bolivar. Now entering the ring will be your Monadale Spring Ram Lambs.
Another high-quality class that comes together with some differences. I think our class winner just goes ahead and wins in this particular division for fun for me. In terms of looking like a female up front, still has some shape and gives us a look from the outside in. That one's good at the ground. good up high, and I think that one just combines the most things that this particular judge is looking for. Sheep in Second's one that's a notch more robust, probably in terms of his muscle. I don't think she is quite as slick up front. She's not quite as neat looking from the side, but I think in terms of a muscle and mass standpoint, that one's very neat in terms of her look. Kind of a smaller frame one that would go ahead and stick into 3. I love this sheep's handle up high. I think the biggest difference in there is from hooks to pins, she gets a shot narrower. Love that one at the ground. Love the extra foot and bone that one brings to the table. That one gets around the ream extremely good. Sheep in 4 is another extremely heavy muscled sheep, very high quality in terms of her muscularity up high. I think when we ask that one to go, that one wants to get straight on both her ends of her skeleton. She wants to get straighter in her neck and deeper in her chest when we ask that one to move. But I think you sure got to appreciate her and just the total volume of muscle that one brings to the table. I think as we take that one and throw that one out to pasture, she's got a ton of value. And opposite ends of the spectrum for the young man that we go ahead and conclude our top 5 with, there's one that's a good-looking individual, high-chested, long neck. We just need to make that one a shot more burly and open that one up to compete with those ahead of them. High-quality class. Let's give them a big round of applause.
We've only got 2 spring ram lambs in this class today. The ram we're going to use handles with a little bit more dimension. He's a little wider in his hip shape. He tracks a little wider from behind. But they're both very similar in terms of type and kind. So they both have some extension through the front. They both are pretty good down their tops. The ram in second, probably a little longer, maybe even a little taller, just doesn't have as much width as we have in the ram that wins this class. Nice class.
Results from the Nationwide Farm Bureau League Council ring. First place in your Dorset Advantage Spring Ewe Lamb class goes to Ephraim Fowler on Belafance 5284 of Salesville. Second place goes to Derek Coleman on Caden Johnson 2503 of Lakeville. Third place, Victoria Kovacs on McCurdy Club Lambs 25090 of Fulton. Fourth place, Reed Coleman on Coleman Club Lambs 25047 of Lakeville. And in fifth place, Nathan Workman on Workman Family 25-70 of Springfield. Currently in the ring for your Dorset Advantage show is your champion, U Drive. Results from the East Ring out of your Monadale show. Class 4 Spring Ram Lambs. First place goes to Lillian Melvin on Melvin 25-57 of Delaware. Second place goes to Bree Moeller on Melvin 25-76 of Orient. Currently in the East Ring in your Monadale show is the champion Ram Drive.
Well, we only had 6 rams in the ram show for the Monadales. I think that the top end in those classes are pretty solid. It's not that easy then to pick champion and reserve, but I think we have some individuals in here that certainly warrant some evaluation. So I'm going to look at them for a minute or so, and then I'll shake the hands of the exhibitor for champion and reserve.
As we get over in the A division, I think, again, 6 outstanding individuals. I think there's one that hits me pretty hard, and I think one that follows it up pretty close. I think they fit together. They're a little bit different in terms of their type and kind. They're a little bit different in terms of their maturity of where they're at. I'll show you the 2 that I like, but if we could, let's give them a big round of applause.
Your Dorset Advantage Champion U goes to Ephraim Fowler of Salesville. Your Champion Dorset Advantage U banner is donated by AP Livestock, the Polling family, and presented by the Polling Sisters. Your Reserve Champion Dorset Advantage U goes to Brady Evans. And your Reserve Champion Dorset Advantage U banner is donated by Isler Livestock and presented by Abby and Ben Isler. Your Champion Monadale Ram goes to Lydia Vondenheuvel of St. Mary's. Your Champion Monadale Ram banner is donated by the Melvin family Monadales. And your Reserve Champion Monadale Ram goes to Lydia Vondenheuvel of St. Mary's. And your Monadale Reserve Champion Ram banner is donated by the Melvin family Monadales. Now entering the East Ring in your Monadale show is going to be your Monadale Yearling Ewes. Your results from your Dorset Advantage flock class. First place goes to Tate Stevens in Norwalk, Ohio.
Well, we have a nice class of Monadale yearling ewes here, and got a little bit of variety here, but not a lot. There's some variation. The ewe we're going to start with, for me, handles with the most width. She's straight and level down her top. She's good in her hip. She's good on her feet and legs. And she is a wider loin, wider hipped ewe than the ewe in second. Now, the ewe in second is very close to that ewe in first in terms of her dimensions. Gives up just a little bit from a length standpoint. Maybe not quite as wide, but pretty close. nice pair of ewes to start the class with. I think the ewe in third place kind of follows them in that type. Probably doesn't handle with as much width, but certainly a long level top kind of a ewe to be in third place. And I need to say that this ewe that's in fourth, the slick-sheared ewe, is really made right. I mean, when you slick them out, you can do a little better job of evaluating, and she's really good in the shoulder, really good down her top, level out through her dock. She's a little smaller in makeup. There may be an age difference, I couldn't say, but she's made right. She just gives up a little bit in terms of total mass today, but she is a nice ewe to go in there in the 4-hole. Congratulations to all of you. Nice job.
Results from your Monadale Class 7 yearling U class. First place goes to Lydia Vanden Heuvel on Mum 2409 of St. Mary's. Second place, Lydia Vanden Heuvel on Vanden Heuvel 2430 of St. Mary's. Third place, Liliana Melvin on Melvin 2474 of Delaware. And in fourth place, Bree Moeller on Melvin 2475 of Orient. Now entering the ring will be your Monadale winner ewe lambs. First and final call, Monadale Spring Ewe Lambs.
Well, there's only one winner ewe, and this is a pretty good ewe to have in this class. Too bad she doesn't have a little more competition. She's really straight down her top. She's really pretty level through the hips. She's got some width and dimension. I like her the way she stands on her feet. She's got some bone and substance. Just a really nice ewe. I wish that we had a few more of those. Congratulations.
Results from your Monadale Class 9 winner ewe lamb. First place goes to Laura Seward on Seward 2502 of Bolivar. Now entering the ring is going to be your Monadale Spring ewe lamb class.
Well, a nice spring ewe lamb class for the Monadales. We've got a little difference here. We've got some that maybe are a little farther along than others that are handling with a little bit more shape and mass. And we're going to start with the ewe lamb that I think kind of wins this, once you start to look at him, wins this fairly easily. Got some width down its top, got some width in the loin, out through the rump, handles with some shape, good on its feet and legs, probably a little bit longer than the ewe that's in second place. The ewe in second place handles very similarly. I think it's the length of body that separates those two. The ewe in third place, when you handle her, she's just, there's more to her than the ewe in third or in fourth and fifth. Maybe change her a little bit from a structural standpoint, but I think that there's just more sheep there today. Then I think the fourth and fifth place ewes, I think maybe younger, and so they're giving up a little bit in terms of maturity at this point in time. They're probably going to develop into really nice ewes, but right now they're not handling with quite as much dimension as we have in the other three in this class. But a nice set of ewe lambs. Congratulations to all.
Results from your Monadale Class 10 Spring Ewe Lambs. First place goes to Liliana Melvin on Melvin 25-100 of Delaware. Second place, Bree Moeller on Melvin 25-95 of Orient. Third place goes to Laura Seward on Seward 25-30 of Bolivar. Fourth place, Lydia Vondenheuvel on Vondenheuvel 25-40 of St. Mary's. And in fifth place, Lydia Vondenheuvel on Vondenheuvel 25-20 of St. Mary's. Now entering the ring is your Monadale champion, U-Drive.
Nice group of ewes out here for the Monadale U-Drive. As soon as the yearling ewe settles down a little bit, we'll get it going. But really nice quality. Those that are out here, they've got some size, some scale, but yet they've got some mass to them as well. They've got nice rib shape. They've got some width and thickness down their top. They're pretty level out through their dock. They're pretty structurally correct. I think you could go a couple different ways in here with only a few ewes in the show. It means that I've spent some time looking at them and don't need to talk anymore. But congratulations to all of you, and let's just give them all a round of applause while I go out and shake the hands of the exhibitor for champion and reserve.
Your champion Monadale ewe goes to Lydia Vondenheuvel of St. Mary's. The champion Monadale ewe banner was donated by the Melvin family Monadales. And your reserve champion Monadale ewe goes to Laura Seward of Bolivar. The reserve champion Monadale ewe banner is donated by the Melvin family Monadales. there's no best headed. Attention Monadale Junior exhibitors, there will be a $50 donation to all Monadale exhibitors. Also, Monadale exhibitors, there's a meeting at the Melvin's Pens immediately following the show. Results from your last class of Monadales. From the flock class, first place goes to Lydia Vondenheuvel on Vondenheuvel 24 of St. Mary's. Second place goes to Liliana Melvin of Delaware. Third place goes to Laura Seward of Bolivar. And fourth place goes to Bree Moeller of Orient. Your next class in the ring will be your AOB Meet Yearling Rams.
We only have one Texel entry in the AOB yearling ram, and he's really a pretty good ram. He's really very thick. He's good on his feet and legs. He's solid from a structure standpoint. Just a nice ram to start the show off. Congratulations.
Results from your Class 1 junior breeding, all other meat breeds. First place goes to Alexis White on Campbell Brothers 409-355 Lower Salem. Next in the ring, AOB Meat Spring Ram.
We have one other entry in the Ram Lamb class, the Texel Ram in the AOB. Nice ram. thick, got some thickness, got some muscle shape, stands pretty good on the feet and legs. Nice ram to win this class. So I realize there isn't much competition here. We had a yearling ram, we have a buck lamb. But I will say this, that if anybody has ever seen Texels, these are really good examples of Texel rams. And I think that both exhibitors should be commended for bringing in such high quality rams, even though there isn't much competition. We're going to use the yearling ram for champion ram here. I think it's pretty hard to beat that ram with the buck lamb. That doesn't mean that buck lamb isn't going to be as good as this buck next year. But champion ram will be the yearling, reserve will be the buck lamb.
Your champion AOB meat breeds goes to Alexis White of Lower Salem. The champion AOB meat ram banner is donated by Campbell Farms and presented by Blake Campbell. Your reserve champion AOB meat breeds ram goes to Morgan Inbody of Bluffton, Ohio. The reserve champion AOB meat ram banner is donated by Campbell Farms and presented by Blake Campbell. Now entering the ring will be your AOB meat breeds yearling ewe.
We have some really nice yearling ewes here in this yearling ewe class. I think the close pair is the top pair. I think there's some give and take here. The ewe we're going to use to win this class, I think, has a little more top in her than the ewe that's in second. I think the ewe in second may have a little more lower leg shape. I think from a balance standpoint, the ewe that wins is better balanced. The ewe in second, right there at her chest, she's just a little bit too knobby for me in terms of balancing out. I think both of them have a significant amount of muscle. Whether you're going to say one has a little bit more than the other is up to you, but I think that they're both certainly where they need to be from a muscle standpoint. So two really nice ewes to start the class with. The third place ewe is also a nice ewe, but I don't think she has quite as much top in her as the ewe that's in second, and certainly not as much as the ewe that's in first. She just gives up that mass from a muscle standpoint to be able to move up into second or first in this class. But three very nice yearling ewes. Congratulations.
Results from your AOB meet breeds Class 7 yearling ewes. First place, Morgan Embody on HT52 of Bluffton. Second place, Alexis White on Campbell Brothers 418-356 of Lower Salem. Third place goes to Alexis White on Campbell Brothers 401-361 of Lower Salem. Now entering the ring, your AOB meet winner ewes. Final call, AOB meet, Spring Ewe Lambs.
Oh, we got some nice ewes in this class as well. We're going to start with the ewe. I think that probably is the most complete sheep. Handles with more width down the top than our second place ewe. Second place ewe may have a little more lower leg. I don't think there's much to argue about that, but I don't think she's nearly as wide and expressively muscled down her top. Really nice ewe to start this class. Another nice ewe to go into second. Then I think there's a separation between those two ewes and the third and fourth place. The third place ewe handles with some muscle, handles with some, or has some expression. The difference between her and the ewe that's in fourth is structure. The ewe in fourth, when she travels, in particular, her right front leg wants to almost break at the knee, and I don't know how longevity is going to be an issue. I think it will be an issue with a ewe like that. I like the way she's structured down her top, but I think that's going to be difficult on down the line. But 4 nice ewe lambs. Congratulations to all of you.
Results from your AOB meet, Class 9 winner ewe lambs. First place, Morgan Embody on the Hilton Texels 80 of Bluffton. Second place, Avery Lindsay on Beach Hill Farm 2509 of Coshocton. Third place, Morgan Embody on Hilton Texels 85 of Bluffton. Fourth place, Alexis White on Campbell Brothers 504-377 of Lower Salem. Now entering the ring, AOB meets Spring Ewe Lambs.
We have a nice pair of ewe lambs here in this spring ewe lamb class. The ewe that's going to win this class handles with a little bit more width top than the ewe that's in second. I think they're both pretty comparable in terms of structure, size, but this in here is just a tick wider top than the ewe that is going to be second in this class. 2 very, very nice ewe lambs. Congratulations to both of you.
Results from your AOB meat breeds, Class 10 Spring Ewe Lambs. First place, Alexis White on Campbell Brothers 505-378 of Lower Salem. Second place, Morgan Embody on Hilton Texels 87 of Bluffton. Now entering the ring is your AOB meets champion Ewe Drive.
we really had a group of high quality Texels out here. I know their numbers weren't all that great, but certainly the quality was top notch. Without talking about each one of these individually, Texel's a little bit different from a breed standpoint. They're obviously very heavy muscled. They tend to be a little smaller in frame. Usually their structure is slightly different than what you would think of on sheep, particularly their hip structure, but I think all of these are right in the ballpark on where they need to be in terms of structure and muscling. It's just some really minute differences as to why they're placed the way they are. With that being said, I think high quality here. You could probably go several different ways. I'm going to go out and shake the hands of the exhibitors, but really, really appreciate bringing in some nice sheep here.
Your champion AOB meat breed yearling U goes to Morgan Embody of Bluffton, and your champion AOB meat U banner, sponsored by Young Sheep Company, presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool ambassador. Your reserve champion AOB meat U goes to Morgan Embody of Bluffton. Your reserve champion AOB meat U banner is sponsored by Young Sheep Company, presented by Courtney Copeland, your Ohio Lamb and Wool ambassador. Now in the ring is your AOB meat flock class. Your results of your last class here in your junior breeding, all other meat breeds. Class 13, flock class. First place, Morgan Embody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second place, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Congratulations to all the junior exhibitors in today's show. And we'll be back here at 8 p.m.